To be the Hololive Wrestling Champion, there is no parallel, no higher accolade in the industry. To be the HCW Champion is the dream of every VTuber who has ever entered the rabbit hole. From Generation Zero idols with peerless star power to newly debuted Kohais with youthful aspirations. From rhythm game masters to Apex champions. From a sweet-hearted VTuber with sociopathic tendencies to a war criminal with a rap sheet longer than the Encyclopedia Britannica. Tonight, 30 VTubers dare to dream. 30 women who have worked day in and day out for a chance to seize the championship spotlight are on a collision course with destiny. Tonight, 30 VTubers will battle each other, sacrifice life and limb, betray friendships, and embrace the soulless ally that is desperation. To the victor go the spoils. To the winner, a once-in-a-lifetime chance to become the inaugural Hololive World Champion.
And now, PlayAsia.com presents, #not-sponsored, #please sponsor us, the Hololive Rumble.
Alrighty. We are live. Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing?
Hello, hello.
This is a very different stream from anything I've ever done before, and it all culminated from a really stupid, silly idea that Joel has completely enabled me on. So
yes, well, I thought you were going to give me credit for the idea. No, this is your idea. I'm just an enabler.
Yeah, but we're here now. It's happening. Basically, the idea that I had was, what would it look like if Hololive, which we'll explain a little bit about what that is in a minute for those who don't know, what would it look like if Hololive were a wrestling promotion? And so what we're going to do is we're going to do a live fantasy booking of the Holo Rumble pay-per-view. So basically a Hololive Royal Rumble. We have a variety of matches set up, which you can currently see on your screen. But for now, go ahead and introduce everyone who is joining me. Representing both the RTDFW community and Digital Era Entertainment, I am joined by my good friend Joel, also co-host of the Lane Party podcast.
Hello, hello. Yes, I am the enabler here, and I'm, along with Taylor, the resident Hololive expert of it, that I have the Hololive side. I don't know much about wrestling. Taylor has some of both, and then the other guest represents the wrestling side, so we've got a good balance here tonight.
That brings me to our second guest. Pleased to welcome a special guest, Digital Era's own resident wrestling expert, Mr. Mario, is here with us. Mario, how you doing?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to Holo Rumble!
This is aided by the fact that Mario has actually done professional emceeing for a semi-pro wrestling circuit once upon a time. So
that's one of the biggest reasons why I wanted to have him here for this.
Familiar with this.
So,
actually, technically, I did call a Rumble-style match. It was for the
that's perfect then.
The Live and Let Die pay-per-view event that we did for WrestleMania Weekend 2018. It was a Royal Rumble-styled match. There was so much insanity there. It was really hard
You'll have
to call.
Tell me about this story sometime. I didn't know that you did something like that.
So it was great, but that's a story for another time.
Yes.
All right.
So what we have here today, there are currently 45 active talents in the Hololive roster. We are not counting Holo Stars, the male division, or any of the retired talents. This gives us actually a very clean slate for a triple threat. So 1v1v1. 3 sets of 1v1 matches, and then the 30-woman Royal Hololive Rumble. Now,
and there's a tag team match in there as well, a 2v2.
Oh, sorry, yes, sorry, a 2v2 tag match. Thank you. Now, somebody who has not seen a Royal Rumble, actually, you know what? No, we'll get there when we get
We'll
there.
cross that bridge when we get to it, because we have the preliminary matches first.
Yes. Yeah. So the rules of engagement here, and if either of you have like commentary or suggestions or edits, we have not discussed any of this in advance. This is just sort of, while I was thinking about it today, what I figured, all right, sort of our rules of the road would be. By the way, Mario, do you have the notes document that I sent you?
Yes, I do.
Cool. That'll have a good blurb for you on personalities. Most of them will describe, backgrounds, weapons, if they're applicable. I also sent you one for a Hololive wiki page, so if you want to look at someone's design or maybe get a little bit more as we go, you can click around there. But the notes
I've got
document.
both of them queued up simultaneously, so
Cool, cool.
Nice.
we're dual wielding.
Awesome. So my concept here for the rules of engagement are that no familiars are allowed. So some of the talents have, like pets or other creatures that are, familiars to them. Familiars not allowed. However, weapons, if they are native to their design or lore, and any powers that are inherent to their lore are allowed. So there's a necromancer, there's someone who is a dragon, there's someone who has a giant scythe, a trident. All of these are legal. Because otherwise it's just going to be
legit.
fist fight here, and then we're sort of just comparing, all right, well, she's taller and brawnier, so she can probably do this, that, the other, and I feel like that would be a bit too vanilla for our purposes, that this is supposed to be over the top and ridiculous, and, I'm imagining this much more akin to a Yu Yu Hakusho style of, tournament or DBZ than a proper, normal human wrestling match. So
All right, so with that in mind,
let's lean into those things.
With that in mind, do we just go ahead and say that all of the matches are no DQ?
What is no DQ in this case?
Ooh, that's a good question.
No disqualification, because bringing in a weapon into a standard match would be grounds for disqualification.
Oh, okay. So we're talking like there. Unless we want to set up a rule, I would say no DQ. That do you have a concept for a rule that would cause disqualification? Other than ring out, obviously.
Well, in a no DQ, as far as Royal Rumble,
ring out in the Rumble, that is.
Yeah, ring out. The Rumble match itself, as per WWE rules, the Royal Rumble match in and of itself is no disqualification by default.
Mm-hmm.
So, bringing in weapons or foreign objects into the Rumble match, there's a precedent for that. It's already no DQ.
I agree that across the board, no DQ in that case.
Okay, so all of our matches, including preliminary, no DQ.
Yeah, I feel like it'll be much more fun to write stuff that way.
Okay.
Do either of you have suggestions or ideas for rules or limitations? Bueller.
I don't necessarily have anything as far as that goes.
Yeah, because we've definitely covered a lot just by determining if it's going to be no DQ or if there are going to be some sort of parameters for disqualification. We could also make some of these gimmicked matches or specialty matches. For example,
you can certainly do that with the 3 1v1s. Yeah, I'm all for adding a gimmick to the 1v1s.
Or tables, ladders, and chairs, which is basically just a hardcore match, except hey, we have a lot of ladders set up very elegantly so people can jump off.
I'm all for that in the 1v1s. Yeah, let's do something fun with those. That, especially since, the Rumble itself is a huge gimmick. 2v2 is a gimmick. Triple Threat's a gimmick. I want to make sure that those last 3 1v1s have something fun to put a spin on them. And I think it'll be very interesting to decide who we want in it, because I feel like for those 3, I want us to have, something of significance to decide the matchup, whether it be, they're very similar in that we pick 2 smaller talents, or 2 who have like a very similar interest or theme or history, that you want it to be something compelling in the match, not just, okay, well, here's 2 leftover talents.
How many of them like or hate fire?
Fire in and of itself is not a theme that I can think of for any of them in terms of being like fond or disliking. That one of them is a dragon, so there's that. But for purposes that I will mention later, I want the dragon in the Rumble.
You're wanting a Ring of Fire match, aren't you, Mario?
Inferno match, yeah.
I'm all for an Inferno match.
Listen,
I
we're
don't
working
think
with,
that it
with
would
fictional characters who will not literally die if a stunt goes wrong. So you know what? Bring on the Inferno match.
Sure.
That is that's a good point. Literally,
starting point.
Literally, any injuries that happen are all kayfabe.
Yeah.
Every single one.
Exactly.
All right, well, you know what? Let's use that as our starting point. Let's book our Inferno match. So this would be a 1v1 match.
Alrighty.
I can't think of any talents that have a particular affinity or dislike for fire.
Yeah. So
But
to give you an idea, Joel. So the Inferno match, pretty straightforward. Ring is surrounded by some sort of generated fire. The idea being whoever sets their opponent on fire is the winner. So if you're set on fire in any capacity, usually it's been just like, oh, the person who has the longest sleeves. Oh, they're going to lose that match because they're going to get their sleeve caught on fire.
Get singed.
Safest.
I'm looking.
Or in one extreme case, in the case of Mick Foley getting speared through fire through a table. That was something.
Oh dear. Well, so thinking about it, there is one other talent that might have access to fire, but I feel like putting her in that case would be cheap, and that would be Ayame, who is an Oni girl. So I would say that Oni powers usually entail fire breathing of a sort. So I don't want her in the match because I feel like that'd be too easy. I'm
looking through the talent list, talking about an Inferno match. If we really want to make this funny, hold on, Well, first of all, let's put this in as match number 2.
Oh, I have a concept, but I want to hear yours first, Taylor.
Inferno match. Under match number 2, just updated the document.
Yes.
Put Subaru in the Inferno match, the joke being she's at risk of being turned into roast duck.
Okay. So what we do here is we have Subaru, and we have to put in someone else of an animal type.
Yes.
We know that we are Mario. Taylor and I had already discussed off stream that we want Kiara for a different booking, so it wouldn't be her. Some other ones. Now I need to check something about Subaru because I remember finding something. Okay, yeah. So a couple other animal ones. Let's see here. We have Fubuki, who's a fox girl. But I suppose roast, like cooked fox isn't really a thing. I suppose bunnies, you can cook rabbit, but I think I want Pekora. I think I want Pekora in the Rumble, honestly. She's too big a character.
Wait, hold on. Is that
top talent?
Is that the stipulation for this match? It's the two competitors are animal types, and the loser gets literally roasted.
That is correct.
Okay, that's our stipulation. Good.
Yeah, so this leaves us with a relatively small number. There's Risu from the Indonesian branch, who is a squirrel girl. And, a cooked squirrel isn't exactly commonplace, but it's a thing. The other one is Pavolia Rene, who is a lady of the peafowl, so peacock. But she has always been referringly called a turkey. So she might be the other one.
I could see that, honestly.
Duck versus turkey. Oh no.
Yeah. Oh no.
This is. If this was a
Turducken
Survivor
match.
Series.
Turducken match.
So, for context, Survivor Series is basically the annual Thanksgiving pay-per-view. It's actually what's considered one of the big 4. So, Royal Rumble is one of the big 4, WrestleMania is one of the big 4, SummerSlam is one of the big 4, and the last of the big 4 is Survivor Series. So, if this was the Survivor Series, and this was part of the undercard, that would be the funniest, most seasonally appropriate
I'm liking this.
matchup.
Okay, so I think that we have our first match in Pavolia Rene versus Uzora Subaru. And the thing is, so Rene is very high class, very sociable, a little bit lewd, but more comedic. That she's a socialite. That's her core. And Subaru is a tomboy. And while Rene is, I think she's the second tallest talent, so she would be towering over Subaru.
I'd see it.
But one of the things while I was putting together the notes document for today, that I was reminded about something that doesn't come up very often in Subaru's lore. And that's that she's the president of an MMA club.
Oh,
so,
my God.
Yeah, so that's the thing, that you kind of you hit a tripwire real early on. I was planning on having Subaru in the Rumble because that's one of the things that people often forget. I forgot until earlier today that canonically, it is not a major part of her character, but if you go to the official Hololive website, it is in her 2-sentence blurb that she's the president of an MMA club. So she's going to be the winner of this match.
That makes that makes sense considering what we saw her do to Watame in Holo no Graffiti, or in an episode of Holo no Graffiti.
Yeah.
She's not only a president, but I'll see if I can find it and send it to you later. Basically, in an episode of Holo no Graffiti, their little animated shorts series, she ends up putting a submission hold that I've honestly never seen before on Watame, and it looks painful, but because that would be
by an actual.
It then got picked. Yes, and then that move then got picked up by an actual wrestler in New Japan.
No way. Who?
Yeah,
I don't remember, but this is a thing that actually happened.
He named it the Sheep Killer because Watame, the one that Subaru used it on, is a sheep. So it was very explicitly done in reference to this skit that done by Hololive.
Subaru is Subaru in this context then would absolutely be a submission specialist. So she can't pin Rene. She's absolutely going to make her tap.
Well, no. What's going to happen is it's a submission hold, but she's going to use that to maneuver Rene such that her dress catches on fire.
Yeah, because I was going to say, since it's an Inferno match, the only way you can win is by setting the other person on fire. So
fair enough.
But yeah, so that she maneuvers,
drag their carcass over to the fire and get them roasted.
Yep.
Alrighty.
I was thinking to have Subaru in the Rumble of just people forgetting that she's an MMA specialist and then taking several people out. But the idea of the turkey versus the duck Inferno match is too good to pass up. So I think we have our first booking.
Okay.
Rene versus Subaru, with Subaru as the winner in the Inferno match.
Alrighty.
Also, a quick aside here. It is also certainly possible for competitors earlier in the show to make a surprise appearance in the actual Rumble itself. There is actual precedence throughout.
Well, the thing is, we don't need
that
because we actually have an exact number.
Yeah, we that is true. However, with the number of talents that we have, I specifically laid out these types of matches so that every member of Hololive made it onto the card and no one got double booked. So that was by design.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay.
Yeah. No one gets double booked, but everyone makes it on the card.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's getting that pay-per-view bonus.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so that's a great first match. So do you all want to do the doubles? Well, let's do the doubles next because Taylor and I already know what we want for one half of it.
Oh, then yeah, go for it. Let's.
Okay, so
the go-to half. You know what, Taylor? You can introduce this one.
So this match was going to be a tag team match, and this match is slated to be for the Hololive Tag Team Championships. So that's something that we would have to decide who's coming in as the champions and who's walking out. The first team...
The half that we know is going to be the challengers because they're newer.
And that is going to be the team of Calliope Mori and Takanashi Kiara. So Team Takamori are coming in as the challengers.
Yeah, they are, Mario, for your reference, you know of both Kiara and Callie, but I'm not sure.
Know Callie.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you know that they have one of the strongest ship gimmicks in that Kiara is head over heels for Callie, and Callie is full tsundere.
Okay.
of just
right.
you know get away from me, and like no, I don't like you like that. But then she gets very soft at other times. So
I don't like you like that, Baka.
Now,
but they are actually legitimately super good friends. They have actually gone on IRL vacations together in the mountains of Japan before Kiara actually moved back to Australia, by which we mean Austria. A separate running joke that I won't get into. But they are actually very good friends, so it's not just the gimmick of, oh, I like you, and she isn't always being reciprocated. It's they're actually close and would make a good tag team.
This is wholesome.
All right,
More or less.
This is wholesome.
So the other options for
I got you.
Some other tag teams, and Taylor, you can chime in with your own.
I actually do have an idea for this.
Okay, what do you?
Because I know, Joel, you and I have been debating as to where on the card we should put Noel. An idea here, because we both agreed that one way or another, Noel is leaving with championship gold. What if we put Team Takamori against the team of the reigning defending tag team champions, Noel and Flair?
I could see that. I was thinking of putting Noelle in the triple threat and having her win there.
Okay.
Because I feel like Callie and Kiara, by virtue of their lore, are nigh unbeatable.
If I may interject, I'm just skimming a few facts about these characters. I see that they're both part of the third generation, and that is definitely a thing in actual professional wrestling when you have generational superstars. So this would definitely be like that legacy team of third generation superstars.
Yeah. Now, if we weren't set on having Noelle walk away with gold, or if we were to decide that she doesn't need to walk away with gold, I could see that being a viable tag team, because canonically, like, the two are actually very close. And as I'll get into a bit more once we get to the Rumble, generational affiliation is a thing. So I think that actually is very much something that can and should play into writing dynamics. But Callie is the Grim Reaper's apprentice, and Kiara is a phoenix who regenerates, and if they're killed, they both, because Kiara comes back, but she loses her memory, so I suppose that if she dies, even if she comes back, she'd probably get knocked out pretty quickly. But I feel like canonically, the two are a couple of the highest power talents in all of Hololive.
I can see
it
that.
It would take something very big to have them taken down. But then again, that I think could make the concept of Noelle and Flair versus the two of them a very compelling match, because Noelle is the big burly knight character, and Flair is an elf warrior, among other things. So that actually would be a very high caliber match.
See, like that would be their team dynamic. Noelle would be the brawler, Flair is the high flyer, and their styles just complement each other in the ring so well.
Yeah, because some of the other pairings that I had in mind that we could do, Okayu and Korone, but the thing is, the two of them are not particularly aggressive type, that they both have the potential to be good fighters, and I could see them like taking out one or two people in the Rumble, but let's just say I did not envision either of them walking away with gold.
Not,
so
especially
the idea of them being champions already is a bit difficult to justify.
Not to mention, like, the team, like Team Okakoro versus Team Takamori, that would be a squash match. Let's be real. It'd be done in 2 minutes.
That's true, yeah. So, I do actually like the idea, the more I think about it, of having Noelle and Flair, because they are very, very powerful. But now I'm conflicted of I don't know who I want to win, because I still think that just Kiara and Callie are very, very, very powerful. And
if I may,
sure.
Another dynamic to consider, depending on which direction you want to take this in. So if you're really dead set on making sure that Noelle walks out with some sort of gold, if they are not the champion going into it, we could have Callie and Kiara as like the braggadocious upstart heels that just happen to get their hands on the gold, and then you have these third generation superstars finally stepping up to give them the what for, so they could be the conquering heroes or heroines in this case by the end of the match. So that's another angle that could be considered if we're looking at this from a purely wrestling style booking perspective.
I just don't know if I could see Callie and Kiara going in as heels. That's the only thing.
That's true as well. I could see Callie being a heel,
Callie's
Kiara as a heel. Yeah, Callie as a heel has potential. Kiara as a heel is difficult.
She'd be fire on the mic as a heel. It would be amazing. Just based off of not just what I've seen from her streams, but also with the music work that she's done.
Dude, she'd be
that heel.
She's
so good.
Mario, she's Thugonomics 2.0.
Possibly, or if we're going by AEW, just like imagine a much more higher intensity. I think his name's Max Caster. What's his face from? God, why am I blanking on that tag team? But the guys who come out rap into the ring, they always just drop these sick burns. It should be that.
Okay, I don't watch enough AEW, unfortunately, to know who that is, but.
Yeah, well, he for example, this past weekend during the big battle royale, appropriately enough, comes out to the ring, starts making fun of Christian Cage, saying that he was better when he had Edge.
Oh,
like it was brutal, but that's kind of his thing. So I'm just seeing Callie as like the one-to-one of that, but with much faster, lyrical acumen. Because his stuff is generally like kind of slow paced, like yo, delivering sick burn. She would just be like spitting fire. She'd be like that. So that's kind of where I'm drawing the comparison.
All right. Well, here's the thing too. We have to keep in mind this doesn't have to be the only one of these that we do. So
this is true.
This is just kind of like a testing the waters thing.
I could see them being the big, overconfident upstarts. Sorry, are you there?
I'm here.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
And that's also a valid option as well. Again, I'm just presenting different...
because I like both of these ideas. I guess the other thing is I want to make sure that each branch of Japan, Indonesia, and English each get one victory in the slate. Obviously, I expect that the Japanese branch will get most of the victories just because of the sheer numbers.
Yeah.
But I want to make sure that there is at least one victory from each branch. So if it's not here, we have to make sure that we get a EN victory in either one of the two remaining singles matches, the triple threat, or the Rumble. So.
Which I'll go and say right now.
The other stipulation of victories.
I'll go and say right now, I don't see any of the EN talent winning the Rumble.
Yeah, that's the thing. And so I had sort of envisioned this as, all right, this is going to be EN's time to shine.
Thank God Big Vince isn't booking this one, pal. gotta put the homegrown talent over. We're not gonna have you lose to that expansion talent.
But Vince, this is like the original OG talent.
No. If they're not from Connecticut, they're no good. We're gonna. How Samoan are they? Are they Samoan?
What does this have to do with anything?
Are they Samoan? Are they vascular? Are they big? Sweaty?
I'm sorry. Are you impersonating Vince McMahon or Team 4-Star Napa?
Yes.
Why not both?
Fair enough.
Listen,
or impersonating one, impersonating the other.
Oh, Lord. Anyway, I have just given my 2 cents about why we should be glad that Big Vince is not actually booking this Rumble, because that's how it would probably go.
Yeah, probably.
Now, the other thing is we can explore a different opposing pairing for Takamori, because while Noel and Flair are very good, maybe there's another pair that we can put there that is more acceptable to write off in a loss.
Well, okay, so we'll save Noel and Flair versus Takamori for another day.
Yeah.
Who are we going to job out to these two?
That's basically the question here, yes. Because you still want to make it compelling. That I don't want it to be a squash, like Taylor said.
So who do we have in the mid card? I guess you could say.
That's really where I'm
who's
looking.
a mid tier pairing that you could pull in here? Because if you're going down that route, you would definitely go to the mid card of your overall pecking order. For the show.
I was about to say Aqua and Marine, but no, I want Marine in the Rumble.
Yeah, Marine is too bombastic to not have in the Rumble because she would make such an entrance. You could do Boton and Lamy. That would work. Because, so Lamy is a snow elf who's known for being motherly and for not being super impactful, but she has moments of boldness. But Boton is the lioness, that she is the best shooting game player in Hololive, arguably. Normally very soft-spoken and lazy, but if you get her going, she goes. And the two of them are very, very close in Generation 5. So they have that pairing already.
I can see
and the idea of the lioness and the elf there, that you have those, and so, you know, ice powers, and we will say that obviously Boton, she doesn't get to bring in a gun, but she has full lion abilities here, which in and of itself is a lot of brawn to work with, which is basically subbing out Noel's brawn here.
If I may,
fair enough.
I'm seeing some wrestling gold here that I need to just get out.
Go ahead,
please.
Looking at Boton's profile. The lion thing was the thing I was going to call out, which is already pretty great. She has got the nickname of the Apex Predator, which in my wrestling brain means she could probably cop a move off of Randy Orton, the Apex Predator.
Or
the RK Bow.
Oh my god.
RK Bow out of nowhere. Boom!
Yes,
I love it.
There we go.
Yes. It's legal.
And it's a finishing move that is highly effective. So yeah.
Also, like,
So
just based off
this
of
gives us our writing point that she lands that move on Kiara and KOs Kiara. Kiara bursts into flames, and that sets Callie off, and Callie then proceeds to slay both Boton and Lamy.
Does she hear voices in her head?
Does Callie?
no Boton. I know we were going with that.
Yep.
I have voices in my head.
Yep.
I can't finish because DMCA.
Yep.
So I think that's our
For context, that's Randy Orton's theme song. So basically, we found our Randy Orton is
Yes.
what I'm getting at here. We found a Randy Orton.
all right. So I think that we have our pairing there, and we have our EN victory.
Ian takes this one.
Yeah, because I still feel like this is probably the easiest way to give EN a victory, because Gura, Ame, and Ina all have certain abilities that actually would make him viable in a fight, but not necessarily something that I point to and say, all right, they definitely walk away with it.
Gotcha. Alrighty.
Gura
What
walks
I'm
away
doing
with
is
it.
I have copy pasted the list from my notes document into the Rumble document, and I'm snipping away from it. That way, when we get to the Rumble, that we have things set up such that I can run an RNG if we need it.
Awesome.
So don't worry about anything that is being deleted from the Royal Rumble page.
Gotcha.
The roster one is not going to be edited.
All right.
Sweet.
So this.
Listen, you
Freaking Matt Hardy, get out of here.
There's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot of that tonight. I regret nothing.
Fucking-
what I'm here for.
Fucking Damascus, get the fuck out of here.
And here I was just thinking Cybermen from Doctor Who. This is what happens when you get someone who doesn't know WWE.
Makes it even better.
All right, so this
Anyway,
this brings us to our next singles match. What gimmick do we want this to be, and then we can decide our competitors from there.
Well, I will say this: we should definitely keep one of them as just like a regular one-to-one singles match. 'Cause you don't
Just a
want
bog
to
standard 1v1 match.
Yeah, you don't want to overload on the gimmick matches either. 'cause
Okay, that's fair.
Then it gets a little bit excessive. And you don't want to burn out the crowd too much, especially since the main event is supposed to be the Rumble, which, especially if you're having all these, very ostentatious match types preceding it, it suddenly kind of makes the Rumble seem kind of lame by comparison. Because it's like, we saw people get set on fire, and now we're just sitting here watching them take a break on the top rope. No.
Maybe we have the vanilla match, quote unquote, be one where the combatants are more magic based.
Okay, so Shion immediately comes to mind.
Yeah, because my mind was snapping to Shion versus Rushia, which is the Black Magician versus the Necromancer.
Okay, I like that.
So yeah, just, the battle of the witches, basically.
So, wait, who's the Necromancer in this case?
Rushia is the Necromancer.
Okay, so...
Rushia is going to be somewhere around 19.
She gets the Undertaker-style entrance. Boom, done.
What's that?
Oh, she gets the Undertaker entrance. So there we go. We have some pomp and
this stuff writes itself.
It's okay. Rushia gets the classic Undertaker entrance. Callie gets the American Badass Undertaker entrance.
Oh my God, yes.
It's all coming together.
An important question: with the Limp Bizkit entrance, with the Kid Rock entrance. Oh man.
So who do you think wins here? I don't actually have a big opinion on this one. I was pretty staunch on, all right, I feel like Callie and Kiara have to win the tag team, but I'm pretty agnostic on this one. So what do you two think between the more classic magician that is using dark magic versus the necromancer?
Let me do some very scientific analysis of this situation.
Because they're both smaller characters. They look even a little bit similar. Their color palettes aren't the same, but in terms of build, they're both, small but mighty.
I have Rushia walking away with this one through the very scientific method of flipping a coin.
Mm-hmm.
Which, honestly, looking at it, I can see it. I can see Rushia just like her necromantic powers just being able to eventually just completely overpower Shion in that regard.
She just sort of sits on one of the corners of the ring and is just, puppeting the zombies, and while...
Oh my God, no, I don't... No zombies. Nope, no wrestling zombies. We've already had enough of that. Ugh.
Do you want to explain this one, Taylor?
Please, I don't know what's going on.
Okay, so there was a pay-per-view recently called WrestleMania Backlash. It was the pay-per-view after WrestleMania. And there was a lumberjack match. Basically, it was a 2v2 tag team match, but the ring was surrounded by superstars called lumberjacks. And their job is, if any of the competitors exit the ring, their job is to throw them back in. Except in this particular match, because WWE is helping to promote Dave Bautista's new movie, Army of the Dead, I think is what it was.
Oh, yeah.
All of the lumberjacks were zombies. For no reason. No canonical or for no reason whatsoever other than, oh, hey, we're promoting a movie, so these are zombies now.
That is a bit ham-fisted. I mean, like, if
that's
you can justify
WWE!
Zombies, that's fine.
Vince! That's how Vince writes this stuff!
And to make it even worse, just for a little extra flavor context, condensing a lot of this history as much as is humanly possible, there was a promotion that basically many attribute to what birthed the Attitude Era in WWE, when things got a little bit more extreme. Extreme Championship Wrestling. When they folded, eventually they were bought by WWE. They resurrected the brand in the mid-2000s. And while it was airing on the Sci-Fi Channel as a third brand for WWE programming, because they apparently thought extreme on the Sci-Fi Channel means, hey, let's just do some weird crap and call it a day, there was an infamous debut of a wrestler that definitely died as soon as it made its way to the ring, pun definitely intended here, and that was the infamous ECW Zombie. So we kind of thought that we were past this back in 2007, and then they pulled this crap on pay-per-view with an entire literal army of the dead to promote Army of the Dead.
And we're
on
going to
Netflix.
actually do it right, because apparently WWE doesn't know how to handle their zombies, but Hololive does.
Well, at least here would actually make some damn sense. We have a literal necromancer.
Talking about the ECW zombie, I was about to say, and we thought the Shockmaster was dead on arrival. Jeez.
At least the Shockmaster was a hilarious meme, and let's not forget the Yeti.
Gobbledygook.
This is all Latin to me, but I'm glad that you two are enjoying yourself. This is
Don't
why
worry
we
about
wanted
it.
you here, Mario.
Trust me, don't worry about it.
There's plenty of videos about all these things if you go to our pals What Culture and Cultaholic, two of the finest British wrestling sites, which are where I get most of my wrestling news from these days. Bless those Brits.
Speaking of which, WWE has officially broken Simon Miller. If you haven't seen the latest Monday Night Raw ups and downs,
Oh no!
like they broke him.
Oh no! He's so cheerful and positive.
Okay, Shion versus Rushia. I have Rushia walking away with this. Are we all in agreement on
like
that?
and especially since zombies have been, pun half intended, done dirty in WWE, I feel like we need to give them their day in the sun.
We're taking it back. Also, yes, firm agree. Rushia needs to take this. Also, we're giving her the Undertaker entrance.
Yeah.
Usually that is a sign of bad things for whoever's on the receiving end.
Yeah. Make sure that's in the notes. Okay, so do you want to do another singles or the triple threat next?
Let's see.
Let's knock out the singles.
Let's talk about the singles because I have the triple threat to go on as the last match before the Rumble.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to throw out just a couple ideas of potential themes. There's the clumsy fight. There's the Battle of the Wolves.
Mio and Fubuki.
That was the idea, yeah.
If I may, the clumsy fight sounds like a hilarious setup for a triple threat. So can we save that for the triple threat?
I need to think if we have a clumsy representative from each branch one moment.
Like that would be absolutely hysterical. It would be
Because
I guess the question is Gura clumsy enough to be clumsy? Because Gura is dumb shark, but not quite clumsy shark.
no,
yeah, it's like
because thinking about it too. No, Gura would not at all qualify as clumsy. Rhythm game goddess.
True, yeah. And
So, no.
Ina and Ame are not clumsy.
No.
So I don't think we do that for the triple threat.
So
but
we'll
that's
keep
what
it for a
makes me think
singles.
Yeah, but so if we want this last one to be clumsy, that immediately brings me to Aqua as one of the combatants.
Okay.
Trying to think who else. So for Aqua, do you remember that video with the anime short video that was released a couple of weeks ago, Mario?
sweats
So-
nervously.
Basically,
Hololive alternative.
Yeah, there was a video released recently as a promo for a multimedia project, and basically this character's whole thing is that she is a clumsy maid, and in the 3 seconds of screen time that she was given in this promo, you see her cleaning and then walking with a large stack of trays and tripping and breaking everything.
Seems legit. Also, I'm seeing here that she is deceptively skilled at highly technical video games like Sekiro, Dark Souls, Apex Legends, and League of Legends. Okay, all right.
Yes.
All right, so she's clumsy as heck, but also supremely OP.
Yes.
Good to know.
Somebody else who's known for being particularly clumsy would be Ayunda Risu from Hololive Indonesia. She's the squirrel girl that I mentioned earlier.
Ooh, I could see Risu in here.
Because it would either be that or we could put Luna in, but I think, Taylor, you had a gag for Luna in the Rumble.
Yes. Yeah, Luna needs to go in the Rumble.
Okay. Because Risu is not a particularly skilled combatant, and I think that's what we use of, you mentioned earlier, Mario, that Aqua is skilled at certain technical games. Risu is very fun, playful, but she really has no significant combat abilities whatsoever, and she was going to get thrown under the bus somewhere on this card. So at the very least, we can let her shine with her clumsiness.
All right.
So basically, what would otherwise be a squash match gets extended just by virtue of clumsiness.
Precisely.
Done.
Precisely.
Like, we know how this is going to end, but because clumsiness is a factor, it gets
And goodness
extended
knows that
to a
Aqua
full-
would have no business winning any other match to begin with.
That is fair.
Oh, man.
Also, I just thought of something I just completely overlooked for the tag team match. Part of the reason why Team Takamori ends up winning, when the referee has their back turned, interference from J-Chad.
Oh, yes. So the reference here, Mario, is Callie's manager, Jay Chad, is just described to be a total badass. So on top of the already, Grim Reaper Apprentice and Phoenix Warrior powers that you then just at one moment, officials looking away, and this buff chick manager runs into the ring and elbows someone. And yeah, I feel like she'd probably end up elbowing Lamy, and that would knock Boton off balance.
Oh my god.
Better yet.
Thank you.
Better yet.
That actually justifies how this upstart braggadocious heel team could have gotten their belts in the first place, because manager interference, that is a classic heel tactic. Oh my god, I love it.
She's our Paul Heyman.
I'm thinking of more like active managers who involved.
Well, like old mid 2000s Paul Heyman.
I suppose.
Now here's the thing, though. I feel like Callie and Kiara are not consciously aware of J-Chad's actions, because the two of them, in and of themselves, are relatively honorable. And I feel like the way that it would end after the fact is them discovering that J-Chad was responsible, at least in some part, and like even if they thought they could still win legitimately, that they would abdicate the belt after discovering J-Chad's interference. But that's something for next season.
Yeah, that'd be something for later. No, I just imagine
we're building the lore here for the next one.
I just imagine something going on in the ring. Referee's distracted, like someone has someone else in a submission lock. Referee's distracted, and J-Chad just shows up out of nowhere, pulls Lamy off of the apron, and smashes one of her own liquor bottles over her head.
I appreciate the use of the liquor bottle as a prop here.
All right. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Just to make sure that Lamy could not get in and break it. Okay, we'll say like it's either Callie or Kiara has their submission locked in on Botan, and then J-Chad shows up to make sure that Lamy can't get in there and break it up.
Yep. All right, so and we have our third match, and it's just the clumsy match. We have Aqua winning. Now, the important thing that this creates is we need the winner of either the Triple Threat or the Royal Rumble to be from the Indonesian branch. And I think it's going to be difficult to justify it just with how many are in the Rumble. I think it's easier to write that ID gets the Triple Threat. I know who we can give it to.
Okay, I already have an idea, but go ahead and who do you want to who do you want to put in there?
I want to put Ollie in there.
You know what? I was gonna say Muna, but I could see Ollie.
The reason I say Ollie, Mario, Ollie is a zombie, and she canonically loses limbs and is able to reattach them. So, the way I see it is the other two combatants, so Ollie gets taken out early on, that she gets literally broken apart. But her parts remain in the ring, and she's never, I need the two of you to confirm triple threat rules to me.
Triple threat by default is no disqualification.
Yes.
And it's when you win by pin. It's only win by pinfall or submission. So no countouts, no disqualifications. If it is for a championship belt, the champion does not have to be involved in the decision to lose the match.
Exactly.
Yeah, so basically what I'm thinking is one of the other two combatants literally breaks Ollie apart early on, and then most of the match is a 1v1 of the other two. But slowly but surely, Ollie reassembles herself and then takes out one or two of the others who are then just legitimately exhausted because she herself wasn't exhausted. She just fell apart. And like one of the gags she had in her debut was that like she was like, oh, my arm fell off. 1 sec. All right, there's that it doesn't hurt her. It doesn't drain her energy at all. But if you assume that her limbs are scattered about, they would need to take a little time to drag themselves together and reattach. But the other two are so distracted they don't realize it happening and are wearing themselves out the whole while.
This doesn't have to be the finish, but I just thought of something hilarious. Our other two combatants just laid out face up, shoulders down in the ring, and one of Ollie's arms, as they're crawling across the ring to reassemble themselves, just happens to crawl over one of the other combatants who's laying face up, shoulders down on the pad, and that counts as the cover, and she gets the win.
I like this. Yep.
Yeah, because another thing I was going to observe real quick, there definitely is a precedent in multi-person matches where one person will basically, be knocked out pretty early on and just spend most of the match on the outside, basically taking a break. And then they just come in and just ruin everybody. And if it's a heel, sometimes they'll play it up as, oh no, I'm tired and hurt, I'm just going to stay out here and recover. And, they're just being a jerk, and then they'll run back in and just destroy everybody and get a cheap victory. So the idea of one of the combatants being knocked out very early, only to come back and secure the win, very, very by the book for pro wrestling. So that was actually a good thought, using a character who can do that, and we can still be creative with the finish because disembodied arm.
That or for whatever reason, Ollie herself can't get back into the ring, so she just throws one of her arms on top of one of the other ones laying in the ring, and still gets the cover.
Yeah. Okay,
or has half her body, so like her lower half is still on the outside, but she pulls herself in and still makes the cover.
It still count.
It does count.
Okay, so we've already
covered another one.
So we've already decided Ollie's winning this, right?
Oh
yeah, because like I said, we need the ID victory somewhere in here, and I think this is the easiest place to put it. Plus, it's such a good way to do it, anyways. Now that it's all been written out.
Okay.
From EN, the three that we have left are Ina, Gura, and Watson. I could honestly see any of those three. Do either of you have preferences on who the English combatant is?
Out of those three, I see. I'm leaning very heavily towards putting Watson in this one.
I can see that, and so Watson, being a time traveler, allows any number of shenanigans, at least up until her watch is broken. I assume that happens somewhere in the match, because you can't just let the time traveler, run rampant, but you let her use the gimmick a couple times.
Oh, yeah.
There's also at least one ground pound in here.
That's her finishing move, would be the ground pound.
Yeah.
Tries to wind back the finish multiple times. Somehow, it basically just uses up all of that. At a certain point, that's how Ollie can get the victory. Because, oops, you can't rewind time anymore, so this really bizarre pin is actually going to happen.
Okay, so we have Watson in here as the EN representative. Now we just need to decide who is the Japanese representative. It has to be someone that actually is good, because this is a compelling match here. This isn't just, all right, we've got something weird going on. They actually have to be skilled. Some possibilities.
And it gives Amelia a reason to use the time hacks.
Yeah.
True.
Why would you be rewinding the finish if you're just going to dominate everybody? It makes no sense.
So if anything, we want a particularly powerful Japanese representative here.
Let me see who
one
we've
that
got.
catches my eye right away is Roboco.
Ooh.
She is literal high-spec robot, has mechanical legs.
She's basically the Hololive Terminator.
Yes.
I can see that.
Oh, she got little glasses.
Yeah, she's very cute. She's very cute, soft-spoken. She has very yabai pants, shall we say. But she's actually very, very innocent in terms of personality.
Yes,
But it's the type...
Seeing the description here, consists of a pair of inverted chaps that only cover her crotch. Okay, so she's basically got mid-90s HBK aesthetic. All right, I got you.
But in reverse.
Exactly.
Yeah, like just Google Roboco and you'll probably find the image. I don't know if the image is on the wiki page that I provided you with, because those have headshots mostly.
Going to the gallery right now. Oh, yes, I see what you mean.
I just have it. We probably won't do it here. We'll probably save it for another time. But I just had a really fun idea of something to do with Fubuki. It's like it'd be a one-on-one match, Fubuki versus whoever, like whoever she's feuding with at the time. And just as it seems like Fubuki is about to lose the match, lights go out. Lights come back on.
Kurokami.
It's no longer Fubuki, it's Kurokami.
Yeah. I want Kurokami to make an appearance here at some point. I figured that would happen sometime in the Rumble if she was in there. So do we want to have Roboco as the Japanese triple threat representative, or do we want maybe to be Fubuki?
That, or do we want to put Fubuki in there and have that lights out moment and have her finish the match as Kurokami?
Because it could be a bit easier to do that in a more contained scenario than the Rumble.
Ooh, that's a valid point.
I think I say we do that. I say we do
And
that.
Roboco being a cutting-edge robot could be the basically the powerhouse in the Rumble, who in many different types of Rumbles, it's either, the big tall person or just, the known badass who goes in and just cleans house, just taking out multiple people at a time.
She would be one of the powerhouses. I foresee several powerhouses in here, but that Roboco would be among them. So yeah, I like that idea, because the lights off moment is a big one. I think it'd be super good. The crowd would go nuts. Absolutely nuts.
I love when you do a good lights out switcheroony reveal, it can be so good. I was actually just watching a video earlier today about 10 of the most WTF finishes for pay-per-views, and even though it was a WTF moment, it actually involved The Undertaker just kind of showing up at the end of a big title match and staring down Brock Lesnar. And to be honest, those moments are cool, even though in the case of this particular instance, it also kind of ruined the entire finish to the pay-per-view, because it's like, weren't you guys having a match? But the point is, that would be a cool way to do it. It would be a cool moment for the fans. So yes, absolutely make this happen.
It'd be like
So we have
lights go out, and that's just like, well, what the hell is going on? What are the lights come back on? Oh my God!
My God!
It's Kurokami! Kurokami!
And that's what forces Amelia to have to use time travel to try and get the upper hand on Kurokami, and eventually the two just run each other ragged. Also, one of the first indicators of Ollie regenerating is that when the lights go out versus when they go back on, her limbs are in noticeably different places.
Okay.
That you don't actually see that first movement, because if people see the movement throughout the match, then it's not as surprising. But the first indicator is slipped in there because you're not actually looking at her limbs at that moment. You're looking at Kurokami.
Oh, yeah.
But for the eagle-eyed viewer, when you go back to rewatch the match, you realize, wait a minute, her limbs were, on separate corners of the ring, and when the lights are up, one of them is halfway across toward the leg or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
that then you start getting more noticeable movement throughout. You can slip it into a couple different shots, but that
And it's one of those
Ollie
things that when
isn't
you're-
regenerating from the first moment that she's broken apart, that she's sort of lying in wait, and that's her first moment of, okay, this is my chance to start pulling myself together, literally.
Literally.
And
yeah, and
here's-
it's one of those things that when you're booking for TV in particular, you can use the cuts, the angles and everything to kind of like play with the audience. So the live audience, they'll see everything happening in real time. Okay, cool, whatever. But for the televised audience, it
But
works
the thing
so
is,
well.
even the live audience won't necessarily notice offhand that the limbs have moved between lights out and lights up because, like I said, their attention is on Kurokami. They'll notice the limbs moving in the second half of the match before the at-home audience does. But even that first one, that only the most eagle-eyed will be like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wasn't that over there?
I just
Good booking.
no, like I just realized something with this match in particular. I'm not changing the finish, and Mario, I know you'll appreciate this. This is such a Vince finish, and I'm not talking about McMahon.
yeah.
You know exactly who I'm talking about.
Bro, now we gotta just put everything on a poll, bro.
So, big shout out to our hashtag not sponsored, hashtag please sponsor us sponsors of this very, very monumental moment in VTuber combat history.
Also sponsored by Asakoko.
Absolutely.
Bless. Bless.
And don't forget that in all of this, Iago, the CEO of Hololive, is occupying the role of Vince McMahon, and the project manager and all-around best girl of Achan is the commentator.
Okay, so that answers that question that we did get in the chat as to who is going to be on commentary. Though I do appreciate Ken. Hi, by the way, his suggestion of JR and Borat is nice. By God. But it sounds like we already have commentary taken care of, so that is great. Here's my next question though. So is the CEO in gorilla position or elsewhere in the arena?
Would he
You're
be on
gonna have
commentary?
You need to remember, I don't know full jargon. What is gorilla position?
Gorilla position is the position just on the other side of the curtain behind the stage. So right there, right where the superstars stand before they pass through the curtain onto the stage, that's called the gorilla position.
I feel like he'd be in the gorilla position in that case.
Okay, yeah, because the other way I would liken it to, it's kind of like the stage manager in a theatrical production. Like they're that last line before you go through the curtain. That's basically gorilla position, but for it's stage managing position for wrestling. that's the best way to describe
Under
it.
normal circumstances, that would actually be Achan more aptly, but she's too good to not have on commentary. Plus, she's also the person that will usually do the Hololive quote-unquote press release streams, so she's already in that, visible speaking role for the company, so it only makes sense to have her in commentary.
Okay, rock and roll. Yeah, because that would make sense. It would either be that or an interviewer position backstage talking to the competitors, but this sounds like a much better use for that character. So, okay,
Or
cool.
she could just be both, because goodness knows that woman does so many jobs.
Oh man, RJ in the chat is saying, "Oh, what if Achan dressed as JR AR?" Oh my God, there are just so many layers to that. Thank you.
Itself.
It does, and that's why this is so much fun.
RJ, I will see your AR and raise you Sheriff Calliope Mori.
By God!
Well, she was already in the first match of the undercard, so she's probably had enough time to, freshen up after the match to do a couple of interviews for the other matches.
Yeah, and there is definitely precedent for commentators being involved in the show. Some better than others. Some we just definitely want to forget. King versus JR at WrestleMania. Or I'm sorry, King versus Michael Cole at WrestleMania. That was that was dreadful.
Moving on.
Moving on.
All right, so we are now going to be beginning the booking for the 30-woman Royal Rumble. So we have already covered 13 combatants in our undercard. These are the 30 combatants in debut order, so this will not be necessarily the order that they are covered in the Rumble. But this way, everyone knows who we're dealing with, different set pieces we might be playing with here. There are a couple of these that Taylor and I already have some ideas for, but we'll see where things go. There's Tokinosura, who is the first ever talent for Hololive. She's the classic idol in every way. She is everyone's senpai. She is called a goddess. She fervently tells people not to call her a goddess. Taylor and I have a very specific role in mind for Sora. I think that of all the ones that we know that we want to use in a specific way, she's probably one of the two that we have kind of locked in. Roboco, she is a high-spec robot girl with mechanical legs. She's soft-spoken and friendly. Those mechanical legs can definitely be used. And as a side note here, the way that we are doing powers here is if something is, canonical to the character and is native to their outfit or a prop that they normally have with them, it is allowed in the ring. There's Sakura Miko, who is a shrine maiden, self-proclaimed elite gamer, very melodramatic. Hoshimachi Suisei, a literal Cinderella girl known for having a psychopathic mentality when playing games, which has earned her the nickname, it was the Susiopath, yes. Azuki, who is a virtual diva, sassy but friendly, able to do virtual stuff, so, you can have some glitches happening here. Yozora Mel, a vampire girl who doesn't actually enjoy blood but likes juice instead. Natsuro Matsuri, who is energetic, chaotic cheerleader, a little bit lewd, a little bit tomboyish, very silly and popular, no significant powers to speak of. Aki Rosenthal, the half-elf, half-siren from a different dimension with mysterious floating ponytails. These ponytails have no powers, but they look cool. Akihato / Hachima. This is another instance of sort of a alter ego that she essentially has split personality. Akihato is a hyperactive tsundere, and Hachima is chaos and madness incarnate and somewhat violent. There is some dark lore there, but we don't have time for that. Nakiri Ayame, who is a Oni girl who likes to pretend that she's tough, but she is actually a softie. She will laugh at almost anything, but has a demonic temper if provoked. Yuzuki Choko, the health teacher from the Demon Realm Academy, combination of motherly and seductive, big ara energy. Okami Mio, wolf spirit. She is very motherly, but without the ara energy, has actual wolf compulsions and instincts, has had to resist eating some of the other animal members of Hololive. There is Nekomata Okayu, a cat girl who loves onigiri, very free-spirited, very easygoing, a little bit lazy, known for being somewhat of a prankster. Inugami Korone, dog girl, you've probably seen her around on YouTube clips. She's sweet and goofy, likes to steal fingers. She has the saying yubi yubi, which literally translates to fingers. So it is said that she steals the fingers of her viewers and then returns them at the end of the streams, assuming she doesn't forget. Usada Pekora, bunny girl, ruler of Pekoland and noted war criminal, infamously mischievous, cunning, and crazy rabbit.
Wait. War criminal? Did I hear that right? Okay, we need some context here because, oh my god, what?
many things. These include killing innocents in video games, many video games. She's done that in various FPS games. She's imprisoned and tortured villagers in Minecraft. Yeah. So she has been known to be the war criminal. She actually has an alternate outfit that is her in jail stripes with a carrot, like the ball and chain.
Yeah. But
instead of the, iron ball, it's a giant carrot chained to her leg.
Oh my god. So then, final question before we move on. Has this character played Modern Warfare 2? Because I feel like they're the exact person who would definitely go a little ham on No Russian from how you're describing this.
I forget. I don't know.
Okay, if they haven't yet, we need to just send this over because if they're gonna go full war criminal, you gotta do a renegade run in No Russian in Modern Warfare 2. You can't go around doing that.
Infamous laugh in all of Hololive.
I was about to say
my litmus test for if someone is in the rabbit hole, as it is colloquially called, is to give them an image of Pekora and say, can you hear this image? If you can, then you're too far gone.
Pop quiz for our live viewers. Can you hear this image? How far gone are you? Let the Doctor of Thugonomics know. All right, let's move along.
All right, there is Shiranui Flare, half-elf, who seems cool and aloof, but is actually very kind. She has it's a magical bow and arrow. She was actually being considered for one of the undercard matches before she was swapped out. Big sisterly. Shiragane Noel, who is the brawn over brains knight. Her saying is all hustle, all muscle. Clumsy but wholesome, cares deeply for and crushes on flair more than anyone else, calming energy. I guess it should be noted, while there aren't explicit factions, one thing that I see coming into play is if talents have particular connections to others, and for the smaller branches, so Indonesia and English, that those branches will be considered factions unto themselves, or if they are in the same generation of talents. So those don't need to, take priority, but if we're looking for, all right, if there's, like 3 people in the ring, that who would be given priority of someone going after someone else, that feels like a good sort of tiebreaker mechanism for us to have in the back of our heads. Moving on, there is Hosha Marine, who is a pirate captain, highly sociable and boisterous. Her catchphrase is, I'm not kidding here, I'm horny. Yep.
I feel like I've seen this one on like Instagram or
have.
something, because I'm just like, oh, this sounds
have,
familiar.
She's actually quite cultured, knows a lot of pop culture and niche culture, internet culture. Very actually well-rounded in terms of that. But yes, her brand is being horny. Amane Kanata, an angel studying how to heal others, and is known as a gorilla due to her impressive strength. There was a famous Ring Fit stream where there was the grip test, and she instantly 99'd it, and the same thing for the pull test, whereas all the other talents were, struggling with it. So she is actually canonically and IRL one of the most physically capable talents, despite being the sweet little angel. Kiryu Koko, a dragon girl, crude and profane. Mario, remind me, are we allowed to curse on this channel?
I try to avoid it unless the game itself has that kind of content, as I learned the hard way with Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon.
All of her streams with "Good morning, mother effers."
I literally had to bring on the right to Cena. So yeah, I was like, oh right, whoops.
Yes. So good morning, mother effers. That is Kiryu Koko. Also known as a Yakuza boss, and pushes the Asakoko psychotropic drug. The exact method of creation and effects of this drug are not known. It's just known that it's a psychotrope of some variation. She also has a dragon form. We should note, this dragon form is massive. If we choose to use it, it has to be in the end game of the match, because she will literally destroy the arena just by her sheer size. And that is an option if we want to use that, but know that if we use it, the match will end there. So there's nothing saying we have to, but something to keep in mind.
Maybe we hold off on that and save it for another time.
Quite possibly.
Also, in a weird way, that could turn into a hilarious disqualification. It's like, oh, that's a ring out. Why? Because you grew outside the ring.
You're out of the ring.
Yeah, you're out of the ring. Why? Because you're like crushing half of the audience. You're out of the ring very clearly.
One of the things I've been thinking about, a potential way to end it, is if it's down to Coco and one other, that Coco uses her dragon form, destroys the venue, but the other person is declared the victor because they're crushed under Coco, but they're still in the ring, whereas Coco is not.
Oh, and God, that's also that's like the end of the last world tournament in the original Dragon Ball. Like on the weirdest technicality, Goku just straight up diving headbutts into Piccolo, and even though the entire arena is obliterated, he still technically knocks him out of the ring. So I'm having flashbacks.
To the end of the match already, but that is a potential
it is an option.
that we could have.
Yeah.
Tsunomaki Watame, the sheep bard, loves all things fluffy and potato chips, known for being crazy and psychotic with facial expressions, but has no actual crazy tendencies or abilities to back these facial expressions up. She's a big softie. Tokayami Toa, the devil girl who is so kind that everyone calls her an angel. She fervently refutes this fact that she has done so many things. Like, one of the other talents was sick and in the hospital, and she did a whole stream where she was like making these paper cranes for, and everyone in her chat was saying, "You're an angel, you're an angel," and she's just saying, "No, I'm not. I'm a devil. I'm a devil, darn it." And then she continues, making her paper cranes.
That's very wholesome.
Hinamori Luna, the princess of sweets, extremely childish and small. She is literal baby. She throws temper tantrums, hints of yandere, but not prominent enough for it to be, actually carried out. That's just her being a little bit of a brat. Momosuzu Nene, the love warrior and aspiring idol with lots of energy and passion, collects husbands and waifus and others in between, very confident to the point of overconfidence. Omaru Poka, the fennec circus performer / ring mistress, energetic and volatile joker in every sense. She has an array of instruments and circus props at her disposal. So this is along the things that we mentioned, that they might have certain equipment. Polka, I could see, just pulling out some random gag thing out of nowhere, almost cartoonishly so. Muna Hoshinova, the moon goddess and former model, usually very exacting, but has moments of silliness and randomness. Quiet but confident, very good friends with Pekora. By the way, so Muna is the first that moves us into the Indonesian branch. Ariani Iofitin, just calling her Iofi is usually enough. The alien artist. She is cheerful, social, has good sense of humor, usually level-headed but can get frustrated. No significant powers to speak of. Anya Melfisa, the enchanted Chris, which is a Indonesian dagger or sword given human form. Soft-spoken but feisty when provoked. She enjoys horror games. One thing about Anya, so she can transform into this enchanted dagger, but when she is in that form, she is just a dagger. So she would be lying flat on the ground. She can't float or whatever, but she could transform and then be wielded by someone else in the ring. So we can keep that in mind as a plot point.
So kind of like Megatron in his original gun form. He just straight up turns into a gun. In this case, straight up.
RJ.
Oh, what did RJ? Ah, damn it, RJ!
Wow.
I don't even need to repeat it because it's on screen for everybody to see.
And then we have two talents from Hololive EN. There's Ninomai Inanis, the normal girl who found a tome of the Ancient Ones and got Cthulian tentacles. She does have agency over these tentacles. She is very kind and gentle and the most talented artist in Hololive. Lover of puns. Looking at you, RJ.
Yep.
And then there is Gargura, the ancient shark taken human form. She's energetic and silly, somewhat childish. A viewer put it very aptly when they once said, "Heart of gold, head of bone." She does have a trident that is taller than she is, so does have a weapon there, but no significant physical strength, at least not innately. And those are our 30 combatants for the Hololive Royal Rumble. I suppose we should go on and I want to eliminate the one particular combatant early on, just so we have it in mind. The role of Tokinosura. She is combatant number 15. She comes in at the exact halfway point. Her number is called. She makes her way down the aisle, cheering fans everywhere. Her fists are raised up. She's super excited. She hops into the ring and then begins a live show performance. She does a 3-song set that acts as the intermission. She then waves to her fans and climbs out of the ring. Because Tokinosura is an idol. Tokinosura does not fight.
Whap, whap.
But during this 3-song set, literally everyone and everything stops. Nobody questions her. This is Sora, and she's doing a concert, darn it. So everyone who is in the ring at that time is backup dancing for Sora, and all the other talents come out and are dancing in the aisles. We're doing a proper halftime show here with her as the headliner.
Wow. Oh, man.
But just, it is unthinkable for her to throw a punch. So this is the solution to that.
I've got nothing to say. That I mean, that's the kind of stuff that would definitely get over, especially in a proper Royal Rumble, because some of the fun is just the sheer absurdity of some of the things or people that show up.
I mean, like, Mario, think about it too. Like, with this, we basically got this same scenario several years ago with Too Cool. When it was just the three of them in the ring, and suddenly the lights go out, the color lights come on, their music hits, and they just start a dance routine in the middle of the Rumble match.
Oh, wait, this has been done before?
Oh, yeah.
Even better, there's precedent.
Exactly. I mean, I was actually thinking of, Elias.
Thank you, RJ.
Elias is a great example of, a more recent talent who has, just had musical breaks. Usually it's played, to get heat whenever he's a heel, and it's at the start of the match. But sometimes he'll just, bust out a musical number. Actually, I think, didn't he do that at a Rumble in recent memory? I feel like there was a spot where Elias was going to come out, but he just starts outside the ring and, tries to do a musical number, and then bad things happen, as bad things are wont to do with Elias.
He started the Rumble as the number one and was going to start. Basically, his whole thing was like, this match does not start until I give my performance. And then number two came out, and number two was Jeff Jarrett.
Ha! That's right. Okay, so there is a reason I
remembered
this.
After smashing a guitar over Jeff Jarrett's head, yes.
Yes.
Nobody would dare do that to Sora. You do not interrupt Sora's performance. That she is a literal showstopper. She, gets in, everyone's applauding. Even the girls in the ring are applauding. She gets in, like I said, 3-song set, not going to overstay her welcome. Then waves and just, hops on over the ropes, and it makes her way off stage.
Okay. So, entrance number 1 and number 2. Who is starting this match?
I'm open to really any number of ideas here. That obviously this is going to be probably the most difficult decision to make, of where do you start this?
Yeah, because one of the big questions is: are we doing one of those marathon runs where whoever starts makes it all the way to the end, or are they going to get eliminated very quickly, etc., etc.?
So, as someone who has never seen a full Royal Rumble themselves, what would you say the average number of combatants is in the ring at a time? That do you usually see 3 to 5, or is it usually just 2 to 3?
I think I've seen up to 10.
Yeah, if it's a really overstuffed Rumble, you've had those larger numbers. Admittedly, it is kind of fun when it gets to that point, but when there's that many people in the ring, someone's going to come in and just destroy half of them to look strong.
You need a crowd clearer there. So
exactly.
And I have an idea for that
later on.
Oh, okay, good.
Since we opted not to put her in the tag team match, I say we have Noel come in and be our crowd clearer at that point.
I could absolutely see her in that role. So, don't know when, but we'll sort of keep her in our back pocket and know that she's not going to probably be in, the first 10 or so, that we want her to play this role, and we'll sort of figure out a slot as we go along, but that's going to be her role in this. But we still need to figure out where to start.
I will say this too. Whatever number that we do have Noel come out as, Luna comes out as the next one, and then I'll explain my gag then.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Taylor has told me about this off stream. It is a good gag, and it really is the only thing that Luna would be able to do. So, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, then.
Let's start.
I guess, do you think we should start off with 2 really big names and, have that be a flashy beginning? Or do you think we want to start off with something a little bit more tame and work our way up?
let's start tame and save our bigger names for later on to get like those really big late game pops from the crowd.
Okay.
So we could start.
For the name recognition, let's throw Corone in at the start. That
Okay.
she's not particularly strong, but she can do some fun and funny things, and the crowd would love having her as a name going in the beginning.
Okay, so starting off with Corone as number 1, and let's. Oh yeah, also faction wise, gotta remember the Hololive gamers.
Yes.
Which even then, keeping in mind, like, yes, factions are a thing. Faction loyalty is very important. This is the Royal Rumble, and factions don't mean a damn thing. It's everyone.
Factions are the
themselves.
tiebreakers of if you have multiple other people in the ring, who
Fair
are
enough.
you going after last?
Let's do.
Mario, do you have any particular talents that caught your eye during that little spiel of mine?
Nothing we haven't already addressed, honestly. So we're kind of covered on those, which is good, because that'll be more exciting for later.
What about Matsuri?
Matsuri? Okay, I can see that because they're definitely both feisty in their own way. Here, and Matsuri is 7, so I'm just doing the formatting here to strike through names as we cover them. So neither Corone or Matsuri are particularly strong. I feel like they would scrap around for the first full minute before the third is actually called in, but I don't think that either of them would go down that type of quickly. So who is our number 3?
Let's see. Do.
Too long. Random number generator. The number
do it.
is 21. 21 is
What's on
Watame. Oh, okay. So we're starting off with some of the literal softies here. So Watame comes in. She's excited. She's a little bit hyper, and she comes in swinging. And I suppose her fluff insulates her a bit from some punches, but she herself is just not very strong. So my guess is that, let's see here. Now the 3 of them aren't. None of them are in the same generation. Let me triple check this. All right. Just got to double check this.
Let's see.
Here we go. Should be right. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, because Corone is with gamers, Matsuri is Generation 1, and Watame is Generation 4. So none of them have particular ties to each other. I think that they would still stack up here, and that none of them would be able to outdo any of the others just yet.
Okay, moving on to number 4. Either of y'all have any picks? Because I put in number 2. Joel put in number 1. RNG put in number 3. So Mario, do you have any picks?
Even if you don't have a name, you can say like what type of role or field do you want for the next person, and maybe we can find you a name that fits that.
Well, we're still very early on, so we want to have what would basically be, low to mid-tier talent at best. So I would say let's try and select someone who fits that for these next maybe 2 or 3, because maybe around number 8 or so, that's when we want to get someone mid to high tier, either to do a little bit of ring clearing or to, spice things up and keep people, like, hyped.
Yeah. Usually when does the first ring out happen? Does it usually take until 6, 7, 8, or do you
No,
usually see them happening in the first 5?
honestly, it's anybody's game, frankly.
I
Like,
suppose there've been so many rumbles over the years that
Yeah.
they've probably done every variation on the script possible.
yeah, it
Yeah,
depends
there's
on
really-
like
there's
what
really
kind
no
of
precedent for that.
yeah, it depends on what kind of vibe you're going for. If you're going for like, a really dominant performance, okay, whoever is, starting off
Yeah.
or coming in at one of the early entries is just going to constantly knock everybody out as they come on in. Or
Well, if we want Noel to be playing a ring clearer role later on, I feel like we shouldn't get things too overcrowded before then.
oh no,
because
definitely not.
Then it's just, crowd clear, and that gets repetitive. And we want
Okay.
Noel to stand out in that regard. So maybe we bring in the 4th and expect it to be the person who gets our first ring out.
Yeah, because you
I
can
could
you can have a small trickle of ring outs early on,
Yeah.
especially if you're trying to build towards that one moment where you have so many people in the ring and then you have the cleaner.
Yeah. So
Uh,
I
what
could see. Oh,
What
Taylor?
if we go ahead and bring Okayu and go ahead and get Okakoro going early?
okay, yeah, that would be a super crowd pleaser. So, Okayu and Korone are 2 of the original, just BFF talents that they have the Okakoro name of just a pseudo ship, as it were, and they are actually IRL very, very good friends. Plus, they have the flavoring of being a cat and a dog.
Ooh. All right.
So,
all right,
in this
that's
case, it would
some good
obviously
booking.
So you then get this early on of they are not high-powered combatants, but they are a just infamous team, an infamous duo. I didn't want to put them in the tag team match because they are so low-powered from a combat standpoint, but they are absolutely iconic as a pair in their own regard. So I do like this here, Taylor, of having Okakoro going, and the 2 of them, even if they aren't particularly powered, since Matsuri and Watame aren't either, the 2 of them I feel like could team up and take out their choice of the 2.
All right, so who's going out first?
I think they would go for the other animal. I think it would be Watame.
Okay.
Plus Watame, between Matsuri and her, I think is the one that would probably have the weakest constitution there.
Okay, fair enough. So we have...
And then they would be starting to gang up on Matsuri as number 5 is called.
Okay. And number 5 would be...
Probably has to be someone of, not a big name yet, but someone that the 2 of them can't just knock out, or someone that would actively, want to collaborate with Matsuri to at least keep the playing field alive until the next one comes. So maybe we find someone else from the same generation as Matsuri.
I was
And that
just about to ask then, who are Matsuri's gym mates?
Yeah. Well, Fubuki is already in one of the other matches, so the remaining options are Mel, the vampire, Aki Rosenthal, the elf, and Akihato / Hachima. Hachima is a pretty big name, definitely the biggest name of the 3. So I think we want to save her for a slightly bigger moment.
Okay.
So between Aki and Mel.
Yeah, I'm looking at Aki right now after you mentioned that particular caveat. Let me see.
I think
You know
either
what?
would fill the role that we need here just fine.
Yeah, let's throw Aki in there.
Okay.
I agree. Let's do Aki.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that
And
seems
then
like
I think it sort of becomes a de facto tag match for a minute or so.
But then they
But
bump
then
into
who
each other
comes
and they
out
stare each other down, and
and
oh no!
access the tiebreaker. I feel like you don't want any particular gag to overstay its welcome. So I feel like whoever comes in next needs to side with Aki and Matsuri and ring out both of Okakoro.
Or there is also the prospect of having quote unquote teammates turning on each other, because again, it's a Royal Rumble. You know, there's no friends in a Royal Rumble after a certain point, because at the end of the day, everyone's got to go over the rope.
If you want something that will make the crowd audibly gasp,
yes,
it would be for Korone and Okayu to turn on each other.
Yeah, or one of them to, you know, maybe assist someone
to
else.
Turn on the other.
Yeah. So, like, you know, it looks like, oh, you know, we're going to take this person down. Like, you know, someone comes in, goes to take them both out. One of them ducks. Oh, no, you're going to help me, right? Just kidding. Going to help the other person knock you out.
I think what happens is...
oh, boy, who's turning the heel?
No, so I think this is how it happens. So, Okayu famously loves onigiri. And she has a thing of whenever she needs to put on an angry face, because she's generally not an angry person, she says, they ate my onigiri, they ate my onigiri, they ate my onigiri. Unforgivable. And that's how she, you know, wills herself as an actress into being angry. So the way I see this playing out is whoever number 6 is comes into the ring, and Korone makes some offhanded remark of, all right, Okayu, let's get them. I have extra energy because I had an onigiri before the match. And Okayu's like, that's where my onigiri went? And that's what triggers the heel turn there, that the two of them have too much of a history and chemistry for either of them to turn for selfish reasons of glory. But for them, or for Okayu, food and onigiri supersedes even herself. So it wouldn't, like, under normal circumstances, either of them would take the fall for the other, that they are such good friends.
Yeah.
But you ate my onigiri, unforgivable.
Unforgivable! Yeah, that works.
All right, so Korone, after Aki comes in, Korone eliminated.
Well,
wait, number 6. No,
when
because
number 6 comes in.
First.
Yeah,
okay.
because we let the tag team match play out for a minute and then have it be interrupted. So who's coming in as number 6? I suppose it should be someone that doesn't really have a connection to anybody currently in the ring, since the equilibrium's about to be broken up anyways, and we don't want it to become a replacement tag team match necessarily.
Yeah. I would say just throw in someone completely contradictory to everybody else in the ring. Like, the least expected person should go in this spot based on what you want to have happen here.
Who's a curveball here? Who's a real curveball? I feel like we could put in one of the Japanese jokers of Marine or Polka. You could introduce a curveball with Muna, or maybe even Gura. But then again, Gura, because the thing with Gura is obviously she's a huge name that she, by subscriber numbers, is the single largest talent in Hololive, and it's not close.
Yeah, so you want to save that for later in the show.
Yeah, but in terms of physical ability, Gura doesn't have a ton to her name, so she's not going to necessarily be a huge combatant. But
then definitely
go wild when Gura enters.
Oh my God, she can be. I don't know if this is booking too far ahead, but that sounds like the perfect candidate for like the 29 or 30 spot. Like that one person who just has all the odds stacked in their favor, either because they are, you know, an absolute monster heel who you're just like, oh no, are they just going to have them come in and just ruin everybody's day? Or, you know, like a fan favorite that everyone wants to just like get over in epic fashion and they didn't expect to see. A great example, since we have the right to Cena going on here.
I almost feel like it would be then too obvious, because
but that's the thing.
How many times have they done that with Cena, of, you know, have him as number 30 and then win?
Only one time, and I was about to bring that up, because it was Royal Rumble, I want to say it was 2008?
I think it was 2008, yes.
Yeah, a very long story short, he had been legitimately injured. It did not seem like he was actually going to come back in time for the Rumble, because, you know, it was a really serious injury. John Cena apparently has legitimate superpowers because he actually was medically cleared to come back. And this was, again, for realsies. This was not kayfabe.
Yeah, this was not.
Like, people were genuinely shocked. And even though this was at a time where people were just kind of done with Cena, they still popped hard at Madison Square Garden for him because it was so unexpected.
Story.
Yeah. So even when you have those expected characters, people will still pop huge.
Yeah. But if we put Gura at the 30, she would probably lose.
People would still pop for it, though. That's the thing. So if you're thinking from a promoter's perspective, it's like, yeah, even if they lose, you're still gonna, blow the roof off the venue because people are gonna be like, Sakura, woo, yeah, shark girl.
I could see that. Okay,
I would be one of those a-holes. Let me be real. I would be one of those. I would be one of those Gura stans who would be like, yeah, Gura, I don't care if you lose, you're number 30. Yeah, this is the best Rumble. I love this.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So pencil her in for there, I suppose.
Unless we come up with a better idea along the way, I'd say
so
tentatively.
If we want to think,
put her in the 30.
So if we want things to get a bit chaotic here at number 6, though, there's
I vote Polka.
I also vote Polka. I'm looking over the profile and I'm just like, this seems like a good fit.
Yeah, that she is the Joker, literally.
Yes, good.
All right, let me find her on here so I can strike through hers. All right, so Polka comes in. Korone gets eliminated by Okayu. And then I think almost immediately afterwards, one of the other remaining people knocks out Korone when her back is still turned to the rest of them toward Korone.
Oh no!
That the two of them go out together, even if one of them knocked out the other first. So who eliminates Okayu?
I think Aki would be the choice to eliminate Okayu here.
I could see that. Meanwhile,
I feel like she would have the most wherewithal.
Okay, yeah, I definitely agree with that. Meanwhile, Polka is just a little bit confused because she just got here, and those two suddenly started fighting against each other, and then another got eliminated, and now it's a 3-way match for a little bit, and we'll then have number 7.
Yeah, and another thing to keep in mind, part of what you would have happen in one of these actual rumbles when you're booking it for real, you can always have those spots where people will gang up to try and eliminate somebody, but even though sometimes it happens a little too easily and conveniently, other times it is comically stretched out. You have someone, just hanging on for dear life as like 3 people are trying to lift them over the rope. And then either someone will come in and interrupt the whole thing and everyone just goes their separate ways, or, more people will pile on to try and take someone out and, they'll still not succeed.
Happening, like if Noel comes in and then later gets eliminated, that's how Noel goes. It will take multiple people to get her out of the ring.
Yeah, so these are other dynamics to consider with the entries and, how to pace out the combat, essentially.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we have that 3-way match going for whatever remainder of the minute is left after that double elimination, and that'll definitely, rejuvenate the hype of just, okay, a back-to-back there, plus there was, the onigiri betrayal, as it'll become known on social media.
By God!
The onigiri screw job.
Yeah, the onigiri screw job.
This is a reference that I don't get. Please enlighten me.
Absolutely. Very, very long story short. Back in 1997, a real-life incident that many credit as being one of the possible genesis points for one of the most successful periods in WWE history, the Attitude Era, happened in Montreal during the one of the big 4 I talked about last stream, the Survivor Series. The main event was a championship match between Bret the Hitman Hart and Shawn Michaels. In real life, these two hated each other. Bret Hart was about to leave for WCW, which was riding high at the time, so that was a big deal. Vince, not wanting to worry about the World Heavyweight Championship showing up on the rival promotion and being tossed in the bin, which happened to the Women's Championship like maybe 2 years prior to that, decided, you know what? We're going to make sure that even though Bret said he was going to do his job and, give up the belt, we're going to make sure he has to give up the belt. So they contrived this whole thing where he was basically cheated out of the title live on camera. It was a really nasty affair that had long-term ramifications backstage, and it was just a really bad time for Bret Hart and everybody involved in that.
Yikes.
So it has gone down as the Montreal Screwjob because of where it took place.
It was in Montreal.
Yeah, and
his hometown.
yeah, he's originally from Canada. He was a big Canadian hero.
Low
So
blow.
oh yeah, no, it was a dick move, plain and simple. And it has gone on to be, referenced even in storyline not long after that. Like less than a year later, they were doing Screwjob storylines because it blurred the lines so much that it was one of those things where at the time you really didn't know if it was real or not. And even years later, people are still, going back and forth over who authorized what, and the stories are different. So many good think pieces on it. It is a true moment in modern wrestling history.
That's super cool. And like stuff like this is why I'm really enjoying last week's show and this week's show is that
Yeah.
Mario, we're being able to give you sort of a crash course on Hololive, just mythology, story, and dynamics. Meanwhile, I'm able to get an education on some WWE stuff. This is good.
Yeah, the lore all around. And since we are at the top of the hour, it would not be a Monday night of professional wrestling without an ad break. So taking my quick top of the hour shill break, just to remind you all, first off, thank you so much for tuning in to tonight's special presentation and tuning in as usual. If you want to follow Digital Ear Entertainment across social media, all that information is at the top of your screen. You can also join us over on our Discord. That will be dropped into the chat as well if you want to keep the discussion going. You can also find out about special events like this, as well as chat with us about all sorts of things, including VTubers and professional wrestling, because we do have threads for that. Of course, big shout out to our sponsors, Image Anime. Don't forget to use the code DISCOUNT20 over at their website, imageanime.com, between now and January 1st, 2022 to save yourself 20% on all in-stock items. I can't believe the year is halfway over already, so you still have 6 months to use that for whatever anime goods and services you desire. And of course, if you are in the New York City area and you are in Lower Manhattan, swing by the Waypoint Cafe NYC at 65 Ludlow Street. Besides being the home of our Thursday esports and gaming podcast Decode, it is also the pop-up home of Image Anime. So swing on by, tell them that D sent you. And of course, if you want to do the most professional wrestling thing possible and get yourself a really nice D shirt or a D tank like I am currently wearing because it is summer, sun's out, guns out, and it's also very toasty here at DHQ, we have plenty of merch over at our Stream Elements page as well. So yeah, we are good to go on that. I think it is time to get back to the action, and it only took one commercial break as opposed to 30 commercial breaks every other minute. Hi, I'm looking at you, USA Network, and none of them involved Sonic, which, complete side note here. I know that, for people all over the country outside of New York City, Sonic drive-thru is just kind of like whatever. Let me tell you, as a long-suffering New Yorker whose closest Sonic is in New Jersey, being bombarded.
Same thing for me in Maryland,
yeah,
at least for where I grew up, that there were no Sonics.
Yeah,
the first time I had Sonic was after I moved to Texas.
Yeah, first time I had Sonic was when I was visiting a girlfriend of mine at the time in New Jersey. And this is after years of being inundated with Sonic ads on Monday nights over the course of the then 2-hour, subsequently 3-hour programs. So yeah. We have none of that here at Digital Ear Twitch. Also, hashtag not sponsored, hashtag please sponsor us, Play Asia. Pam is best CEO.
I'd take the Sonic sponsorship too.
Oh, are you kidding me? I love their food. I will happily take that as well. But yeah, in terms of visuals, to not make our audience hungry, even though we've been talking about it plenty. Let's actually change the subject before I suddenly start craving a Coney Island dog from there.
So,
all right,
we're at number 7, and so far all 6 of the combatants have been from the Japanese branch. So I think that we should break it up and have someone from either Indonesia or EN coming in here. So that would be anything starting at number 26 on the list, Mario. So I think that's going to be my assignment to the two of you of limiting it to those 5 as our next combatant.
Yeah, we
want to
gotta
hold off-
diversify.
I want to hold off on Muna for a little bit longer.
Yeah,
So let's.
I want to have some sort of interaction between Muna and Pekora.
I say number 7, and also at this point, I say let's go ahead and start filling up the ring for our first cloud clearer. So let's hold off on any eliminations from this point on for a bit.
Yeah.
And I say number 7, let's go ahead and bring in Eofi.
Okay, yeah. That I would say that in terms of star power, Eofi is probably gonna. Well, that's not even fair. Eofi has a really big following, especially with the artist community. Bottom line is, in terms of physical power, she's definitely the lowest physical power of that bunch. So that would also help justify no ring outs. So we will have Ariana Eofi Teen as combatant number 7.
That actually works great because that was one of the ones I was leaning towards myself because I'm getting a good vibe there. And also for the AEW fans who are big fans of Chris Statlander, we got to have an alien. Boop.
Okay, I feel like there's another story here.
Her gimmick is that she's an alien. That's the gimmick.
Well, there you are.
So there we go. We've got our Chris Statlander.
Yeah. And even then, there's only 4 of them, so we can probably... I feel like we don't want to get it too crowded because, like we said, we want to give Noel a big moment unless... I guess I've been sort of envisioning Noel's moment as happening in the second half, but if we want to have her be in the first half, that we can be building up to that now.
Oh, yeah, because we are coming up towards
currently at 4
the
in
double
ring.
digits. So
Yeah.
Yeah, we currently have 4 in the ring right now. So let's see.
let's hold her until maybe number 10 or 11.
Okay, yeah, but that we're going to aim to put Noel in the front half versus the back half.
Okay.
Yeah, because if we clear out if we clear out just enough, but leave enough people as well for when Sora rolls in, then you can still have the big dance number.
Yeah.
So we can clear out enough if we bring someone in around number 10 or 11, and it'll still be a very substantial ring clearing that will look very big and strong, not Samoan. And then we'll still have enough to rebuild for the big dance number at number 15.
Okay. So Eofi comes in. Give me a mood, Mario. Give me a mood.
Is it terrible that I'm seeing Eofi and all I can think of is Kofi, as in Kofi Kingston, former WWE heavyweight champion, who in every Royal Rumble that he's been in is known for having these absolutely outlandish ways to avoid being eliminated. Taylor, do you want to run through some of these highlights? Because they're pretty good.
I will go. I will mention my favorite one, and that is using one of the ringside commentator's chair as basically a pogo stick to get back into the ring.
It was so good.
God.
So good.
So, as he falls out, he jumps onto one of the chair and then repels himself off to re-enter the ring. That way his feet never touch the ground outside.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because you're not eliminated until you are thrown over the top rope and
both feet touch the floor. That is a critical piece of rule keeping for the Royal Rumble that has been exploited in some very creative ways, especially by Kofi. So, yeah.
John Morrison actually had a really good one too several years ago. He got launched over the top rope, he was on the top rope going for a high risk maneuver, and got knocked off to the outside, grabbed onto the barricade around the ring area, basically like grabbed it like a spider, and essentially got on top of the barricade, tightrope walked / parkoured his way back to the edge of the barricade in range of being able to jump back onto the steel steps, which do not count as the floor.
Exactly.
And get back in the ring.
Technicalities are fun in wrestling, except when they're not. But in this case, they're always fun.
Big Show stepping to the table.
Yeah. Anyway, before we
We're
get
getting-
sad
we're
about
getting
wrestling
hardcore
again.
sidetracked. Number 8. Who are we bringing? Oh yeah, Mario. A mood. Joel said, "Give us a mood."
Let me just also get a little bit of flavor here. Okay. The vibe that I am getting here.
have no
Okay,
idea what he's
so
referencing.
I was just taking a moment to process this. So here's what I'm thinking. Lots of lasers. So lights go out. Lasers! And maybe some sort of like UFO thing getting drawn on the screen in the back, which would, make the crowd who would be aware of, Eofi's whole thing. It's like, oh, it's Eofi! Ah! So, this big splashy entrance that's alien and art themed. But lots of lasers.
Okay, sorry.
That'd be a lot of fun.
I think you misunderstood my question. I do like that. I think that's a great entrance for Eofi. I was asking for a mood to help us decide combatant number 8.
I'm sorry. My bad. I was thinking we were still on Eofi and the entrance.
Yeah, well, I love that anyways. I think that's great.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta have lasers. It's alien.
Absolutely.
It'd be really cute, if you have like a thing being drawn in the back. Anyway, number 8. Okay, so we have the alien in the ring. Now, we're still building towards our cleaner. So let's get someone else who not too much of a spectacle, because we just had this somewhat elaborate entrance. So someone who can just kind of, rush the ring and, be another body for when we get to our cleaning. So very, very direct, very
Wait a
straightforward.
minute, we already have Aki in there. I hadn't marked her off yet. 1 second, let me get that marked. Okay. I think if you're looking for someone to rush in, let's go with Miko here. That, like I said, she's melodramatic. She's very, not like hyper energetic, but she's showy. And so she's the one that is self-proclaimed elite gamer, and the one that is most notably known for the the video where she was playing. I forget if it was GTA or another one, but the video that had the N-word in it, because it's not a thing in Japan, and and had no idea what she was saying, and the video went viral, and people thought it was super adorable.
RJ is confirming it was GTA.
Yeah. But the thing that she also says a lot and uses with this spelling, FAQ.
Ah, yes. So drop in some F-bombs. We're gonna use our F-bomb season pass to bring in.
She also has this really great clip. I'll send it to you later, Mark, because I think you'll appreciate it. It wasn't in GTA, but it might have been in GTA, where she is sniping a whole bunch of people, just from rooftop. And this was about April of last year, and she's saying, "No, stay at home, don't go out. No, stay at home."
I see. Oh, okay. So RJ is referencing that in the chat. I was just like, what? Oh, okay. Now it makes sense.
Or if you're Risu, normies no. Normies go away.
Wow.
Yeah, so Miko comes in here, very energetic, and probably scrapping around a fair bit, but we're still piling in for a clearer. So up next,
listen, yeah, she would definitely get a good pop on the way in, even if it's not like an over-the-top entrance. So that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Let's see here. Let's get someone from a later generation next. Nene is a bit too close to Miko in terms of aesthetics and energy. So
You want to go Toa?
Ooh, I like that there. Okay, yeah, Toa.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. So we have Tokoyami Toa, the devil, coming in. So she gets a super intense, entrance music. Things go dark. Lots of, demonic flames, red and purple, because purple is her primary color. But she's still totally smiling as she runs in the ring.
What if she came out to her rendition of King?
Ooh. Thing is, like, I don't even know if that's fair because there's, I think, some 15 Hololive talents that have done copies of King.
I know.
But she's known for her saying that it would be one of her songs, one of her own songs. That
Oh
she
my
answers
god,
to.
are just
Yeah, I was gonna call that out, but I was letting you guys finish.
do we give her Slow Chemical?
Please educate me. What is Slow Chemical?
It's
Kane.
yeah, Kane, who is currently the mayor of Knox County.
Currently mayor of Knox County, Tennessee, formerly known as the Big Red Machine,
Yeah.
and the Undertaker's kayfabe brother,
Yeah, it's basically
the devil's favorite demon.
It was a new metal cover of his theme song that he had been using for a couple of years up to that point, because they did a whole album of just famous new metal and other hard rock bands doing covers of WWE themes. I actually have that CD. It's called Forcible Entry. A couple of the songs were used as actual ring entrances for a couple of years there for some talents. And there were some bangers on there. Like, there were some good cuts on there.
It's a goddamn shame that we can't use any music on stream.
I know.
As examples.
Oh man, but it will. You know what? We can add this to the Discord. We do have a music section, so this could count as.
There, and I can listen to it on my end while we're doing this. It just won't play live.
Exactly.
I'll start pulling links.
Oh, perfect. So anyway, point is, Kane's remixed theme, Slow Chemical, sounds like it would be a potential good fit. So that'd be kind of a fun one to pop the crowd who not just enjoy the VTubers, but are also old enough to remember the halcyon days of the Attitude Era.
So we currently have 6 in the ring with Toa. Do we want to have just a elimination before we introduce a crowd clearer, or do we want to just keep piling them in?
I think we should do the clearing next, so that way we have 4 entrants to rebuild just in time for Sora.
Okay. So number 10 is Shiragane Noel, the big burly knight. She's a bit clumsy, but she is still immensely powerful. I could even see one of her ring outs being accidental of she's swinging her great sword at one person, misses them, but because of the power of her swing, continues to swing through and hit somebody else completely.
Catch someone on the backswing, yeah.
And they
love
go
it.
flying.
And
I
I'm
love
already
it.
gonna call this. I'm already gonna call this right now. She's swinging at Aki, but rings out Matsuri.
Yep, I could see that.
Oh, I love it.
I can hear Matsuri's scream right now.
Oh, so good. So good.
Okay.
To quote one of our favorites over in the AE dubs, the Murder Hawk Mountain, Lance Archer, everybody dies. I think that's the best way to describe that. And also probably, might as well just use Archer's music for Noel. It's like, just in case we didn't make this obvious enough by who's coming to the ring, let's just telegraph it further with the choice of entrance music. Yeah. Everybody
I'll
dies.
send you,
I don't think I've even
Noel
heard this.
is honestly one of the talents that, obviously, when you have 43 talents in your roster, it is inevitable that some are going to be more popular than others for one reason or another, but legitimately, anyone who is in Hololive is worth watching, and Noel is one of those, especially in North America, is a little bit underappreciated. She is one of the talents that really does not know English, so she's never been able to get that crossover, but you can find some really good subtitled clips of her. One of my favorite ones is there was a thing of someone calling her a big sis, and she misread it in English, and she was like, big sis, and she makes her eyes go real wide and just goes, power. And then it's only a couple seconds later that the chat explains to her, no, it is not Big Sith. She was thinking Star Wars, Palpatine.
I know which one you're
power.
talking about. Yeah.
And she's like, oh, Big Sis. Oh, hi.
I love it.
She is big burly knight, but she's actually just total sweetie. And like, it was a great moment, and there was some hilarious fan art that came out of that clip.
Oh my god. Bringing that big sis energy. All right. So everybody dies because big sis, the mountain, the mountain of
Yep.
Of Onis, of
Yes.
Onisan.
And also just canonically, she is large. She is very, very tall, very burly.
Lorge.
Okay, so
So-
we got 6 in here now.
Yeah, I think that she eliminates at least one more before the next entrant happens.
Oh no, we got to clear out a little bit more before anyone else comes in. So we're talking like at least 3 or 4 need to go in this one
Like,
batch.
even in a single minute?
Yep. This is this is the big hoss who's
This is
coming to
true, I
clear the
suppose,
ring.
yeah.
So
Yeah, so like she jumps in, swings at Aki, misses, hits Matsuri. The
Aki,
the 5 girls that are remaining in the ring all know that Noel is the threat, and a couple of them scatter and a couple of them ill-fatedly go for them. Who would be confident enough to not just outright flee Noel?
here's how I
Miko.
see this. Here's how Miko. Okay,
That's
because
my
here's how,
knee-jerk reaction, but I want to hear what you have.
how I kind of saw that sequence of events going. Noel gets into the ring, swings at Aki. Aki ducks and dashes out of the way. Noel hits and eliminates Matsuri instead. As Noel is recovering from her overswing, she gets rushed by Polka, who starts trying to lay into her, and then it's just Noel is just like, get the F out of here, grabs hold of her, and
I feel like
essentially
Polka
tosses her.
hasn't had an opportunity to use a circus gag yet,
Okay, so
and I want to give her one. I want there to be a circus gag ring out somewhere, so I feel like she needs to survive this to knock out someone. I don't see her knocking out Noel.
Okay.
But I want to give Polka a moment on a delay because she ran in and Okakoro got eliminated by other people. She hasn't had a moment to really do much herself. So
Okay.
I want to have her be a sleeper for a little bit.
yeah,
Okay,
hold off on her.
In that case, yeah, we can do Miko.
Yeah, because Miko is very confident, the elite gamer. I could see her just rushing in and Noel swatting her aside. We'll also say at this point that Noel loses the grip on her broadsword, so we'll bring her down a notch now that she's gotten 2 very easy, clean KOs, but she's still got her normal raw strength.
I feel like this would be a good spot for someone to, like when the sword goes away, they like jump on her back and she just starts like just flailing around like a bull, and that ends
can
up
see it.
getting someone else eliminated. Like either because they get bumped by the person on her back and just get yeeted out of the ring, or just like the person can't hold on and they just get bull rushed out of the ring.
Yeah, so we're saving Polka because we want circus gags.
Yes.
Do we say Aki, Yofi, or Toa? I suppose Aki already had a moment where she was targeted, and then Taylor, I like that she has the wherewithal to get out of dodge, so that leaves Yofi
Yeah.
or Toa.
I'm trying to. Don't jump the gun, Don't jump the gun on me, RJ. Let's see.
I feel like we need to save Toa because we're basically giving Toa the Kane spot, and Kane is usually one of those who does the clear outs. We're making an exception here because we needed Noel.
Okay, so Eofi goes.
Yeah, sorry. Too bad, so sad. Thanks for coming.
She got a cool entrance though.
Exactly.
She got a cool entrance.
Hell yeah. Sorry, gotta send you back to your home planet. You got the Poochie. I must go now. My people need me.
I understood that reference.
Okay, so that's 3 outs.
I'd say let's put in someone else here, and we have.
This could be the thanks for coming, thanks for going spot. Whoever has the misfortune of coming in now, they're the one who just gets wrecked the minute they show up.
Which means, guess what?
In that case,
this is the Luna spot.
This is the Luna spot.
All right, let's go for it, Taylor.
I'm just gonna go ahead and put this in real quick, and then I'll explain it.
This was, like I said, Taylor and I had sort of 2 people that we knew where we wanted them to go.
Yes.
One of them was Sora, and the other was Luna. And
So
Taylor,
here's-
you were the one that had the idea for how Luna comes and goes, and this idea was for a thanks for coming and see you later.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. Luna's music hits. She runs down she skips down to the ring, like she's all happy and cheerful, like she's Luna. She's happy. She's happy to be here. It's Luna. She gets into the ring. We'll say Noel has her back turned, like she's got Aki or Toa in the corner. Luna just jumps onto Noel's back or just walks up and just basically just starts wailing on her with little toddler fists.
Yeah.
And Noel just kind of stands up, looks around, and is like,
because I'm reading her personality. I'm just like, I can see her
Exactly.
doing the baby face, like,
Yes, absolutely. That's the
something
correct
hitting?
tone.
Noel just kind of turns around and is like, is something hitting me? Turns around to look straight behind her, doesn't see anything, looks down, sees Luna, who then looks up, makes eye contact with Noel, slowly starts to slow down her hitting Noel, realizing that she has made a massive mistake. Noel, one arm, just grabs Luna, basically like by the scruff of her shirt, and tosses her over the top rope out of the ring.
I should point out, this would probably be the point where the audience would be chanting the uncensored version of "You effed up, you effed up, you effed up."
Yeah.
This would be that moment.
Yes.
And then the cherry on top, Luna then has to be carried out of the arena by security as she is throwing a temper tantrum on the way out.
Yes. Yes.
Yep.
I love it.
Yeah, they're one of Luna's most famous temper tantrums on stream, and to be fair to her, it was justified. Mario, have you seen those?
This was not her fault.
Yeah, have you seen those streams where people will do Japanese crane games online, like the IRL crane games, but you're operating it via web page?
No, but this sounds absolutely frustrating. Like, there's just so many elements here. Yeah.
She waited in the queue for this because there's only so many machines at the arcade.
Okay.
And after an hour of waiting, it got to be her turn. There was an error, and she got booted.
Oh, no.
And had to re-enter the queue. And she was not happy. Like, you can hear... I'll send you the link after this. You can hear her hitting her desk. It is adorable and sad. And, I feel like everyone would want to do that if that happened to them. But only Luna could actually do it.
By the way, Joel, way ahead of you, already sent Mario the link.
Yay.
Good. Yes. Yeah,
I'll check that out another time when I'm not using my desktop audio for the stream.
Yeah. All right. So who is next? Because we're now down to 4 in ring. Do we want one more elimination by Noel, or say that the 4 of them are able to, or like the 3 remaining keep Noel at bay long enough for the next person to come in?
I think the three of them can handle Noel at this point long enough.
At least
to get
stalling.
someone else in.
This would be
stalling.
the
I
stall
don't think that
spots
they're-
that I was talking about before. This would be definitely a candidate for that, like 3 people trying to lift one person over, but inexplicably, despite the
Plus,
ease of
them
the other
holding
eliminations.
her off is occupying that 60 seconds while Luna is being carried out by security.
Exactly. So like people are focused both on a little bit on this stalling tactic, but also the hilarious
sideshow.
temper tantrum, which that livens it up, especially for the TV audience, because they're going to focus on the temper tantrum. So compelling viewing.
Okay, who next?
I will also be right back. You continue figuring this one out. I'm about to grab a very, very important part of any professional wrestling pay-per-view viewing experience. BRB.
Oh
Nice.
boy.
Oh dear. All right, so I feel like, Taylor, our next one should be a more proper combatant, someone who, would pose a legitimate threat to Noel. Doesn't need to be one of the highest powered ones, but somebody who Noel sees this person walking down the runway and is like, okay, I need to pay attention to them. I sort of ignored Luna when she came in. I can't have my back turned to this person, even if I'm not afraid of him, but I respect him.
Okay, I'm going to give you 2 options. I want you to pick
Mm-hmm.
Kanata or Muna.
I want Kanata later because just as I want Muna to have a moment with Pekora, Kanata needs to have a moment with Coco.
Okay.
So it's Kanata, and I guess because we're 12 now, so we can have, because Pekora is a big one. She's an A-lister.
Oh yeah.
And
I
then the
feel
question
like-
that we'll sort of need to ask is, do we want to put in Pekora before or after Sora?
I think we could get away with bringing her in after Sora, because if we put Muna in now, she can hold her own long enough for Pekora to get in the ring.
Yeah. Because the way I could see it is, I could see so Muna comes in. Maybe this is where we have Polka get a gag moment to either eliminate Toa or Aki. Not eliminating Noel yet, but now giving someone who isn't Noel a ring out moment while Noel is still around. Because that sort of changes the pacing of, we're not paying attention, and then it could be anything from, a comical horn to a well-placed banana peel that gets whoever the other person is out.
Or it could be a well-timed pizza delivery. You'd think it was after a radio drama because it's pizza time.
Hey, pizza time.
Pizza time.
Okay, well, yeah, so that's going to be the signature, that since this is a Reaches Beast Digital Era Entertainment booked event, so Muna comes in, and I think what happens here is Muna and Noel start grappling, the two of them.
Oh yeah.
Meanwhile, Polka, who are we having her gag? Aki or Toa? I could see either.
Aki.
Okay, yeah. Aki has been in for a good long while. She was here since number 5. She evaded Noel's broadsword. She doesn't evade. What gag do we want to give her? Do we just say that Polka pulls out a pizza from nowhere, pizza pies her in the face, and then manages to get under her and flip her over the top ropes?
I think we could go with that.
I should also point out that I'm actually legitimately having pizza here.
Oh, I didn't get it for a second.
I believe you.
just to point this out, this isn't just like some random suggestion. This also was art imitating life and vice versa. Oh man. Well, it's a pizza delivery, and if this is being held at Madison Square Garden, you got yourself an authentic New York pie.
Second, making some notes for Noel's KOs.
Noel coming in like a house of fire in this Hololive Rumble, which, was expected and planned because, it's predetermined. But nonetheless, very dominating performance by Noel at this near midpoint of the Rumble.
Yeah, that's 4 eliminations by Noel at this point now.
Yeah.
Yes.
So as expected of of the Hoss who's coming in to clear the ring out for a little bit.
Yeah, no, I can actually see Noel and Muna. I can see them putting on a classic in the middle of the Royal Rumble, just like a classic singles match.
Oh, you came here for the gimmick match with all of the randos that we're just going to throw in to pad this. Nope. You get a clinic. Because, we're almost halfway through and we still have a few more surprises up our sleeves. So here, have an actual technical masterpiece. And for all of you aspiring VTubers out there, well, look at these legends in the ring. You'll be talking about this for years.
Yeah. So maybe we say that the two of them grapple for a bit. They have their attention taken by the gag of Polka, and then the two of them sort of have a moment of respect and decide to clear out both Polka and Toa, leaving it just the two of them.
Okay.
And then
that'd be awesome.
And then we have basically that soft reset there, and number 13 is called.
Yes.
Okay, so let's see here.
So who's going to be lucky number 13?
It has to be someone who's going to be able to handle themselves with, two, not necessarily, well, yeah, they're two heavyweights here.
Then 2 ways you can approach this. Number 1, you could have the courageous character who will, march into almost certain doom for the sake of competition. Or you can get someone who's just not going to have any of this. It's just like, oh, no. If I go into the ring, I'm going to die. I'm going to stall outside the ring as much as is humanly possible until the next person comes in. So at least there's another meat shield to take this one for me. So who do we have that could fit either of those 2 roles, and which way do we want to take it? Because remember, we still have one more to kind of like use as a buffer before the impromptu halftime performance at number 15.
I think.
I'm looking.
So a couple ideas. We have Mio, who would be no nonsense of, she's a wolf. She's going to come in and actually try to tussle with the others. So it becomes sort of a 3-way brawler moment.
Ooh, and I'm thinking of a few women's wrestlers in particular, like Rhea Ripley, who I could see, being that kind of like hard badass. It's just like, oh, that's all? All right, fine. I'm going to take you all on.
Another option would be Nene, who comes in, and that's the coward one of, she's terrified. She sees 2 big, powerful girls up there, and she's like, no. And it stalls just until number 14. Or for the hero role of, because Mio isn't a hero, quote unquote, that she's going to be a brawler that goes in and like sees competition and wants to be in. But if you want sort of a valiant hero who knows that they might be going to their doom, you could have.
Ooh, actually,
well, there's a gag possibility of Flair. So Noel and Flair are parallels to Callie and Kiara, that Noel has a desperate crush on Flair. So I could see Flair coming in and Noel letting her guard down, and then if you want a more proper betrayal of Flair being like, no, this is the Royal Rumble, and then eliminating Noel just on her own because the big night lets her guard down.
Or, and hear me out, what if we do the two that we just mentioned, but in the order of cowardly character coming in first to basically stall for time as well as keep, the one-on-one match going as long as we can. Mm-hmm. Then we have the badass wolf. The two of them kind of acknowledge each other. It's like, oh, okay, maybe we might have a snowball's chance in hell. Also, you look like you're just ready for a fight. So, okay, let's do this. And then the two of them rush. That keeps the action going until 15 comes in. And then we got our dance number.
Okay, yeah, and then you sort of have that resume as Sora leaves. So
exactly.
That back to back to back. Oops, sorry, hit my mic there. That gives us... That's not the right one. So it's going to be Nene at the 13.
Exactly.
Stalled
yes.
Entry.
Yeah, because I keep picturing, when you have that that wrestler who comes out who just knows they're in over their head, and they're just like, oh my god, like you see it on their face. They have this look of deer in headlights, and they're just either taking their time or walking as slowly as possible because they're just like, I'm gonna die.
Yeah, so actually, I guess for some reason I miscounted. I thought that we could get all three in before Sora, but the way this lines up now is we have Nene with the stall tactic,
yes,
Mio going in, they're brawling, and the brawl is getting super heated.
Exactly.
And then the lights go down, the music gets cranked up, Sora has her entry, you have the thing, you have Sora make her exit, and then Flair comes in, walks in very stoic, very poised. Noel is swooning, and then just in the blink of an eye,
surprise elimination,
knocks out the
I
Titan
love it.
that has been wreaking havoc in the ring for the better part of the first act.
Oh god, I love it. Like this,
and it just because obviously there's going to be a bit of a mood reset when you have the halftime show, but this will instantly light the crowd back up because it's going to be out of nowhere. The Titan falls.
I'm just gonna say it,
and that's your Act 2 opener.
I'm just gonna say it. That's such good shit. Oh no, and that's the best thing you do for these kinds of midpoints in the Rumble. Like you want to have something that either changes the paradigm or just comes out of nowhere to really like wake the crowd back up, even if they're having a great time. There's going to be those lulls in between, the checkpoints of the match. This is one of those points where it's just like, oh, okay, so not only are we treating you to a Hoss battle, we're then going to give you a dance number, and then, we're going to have a surprise elimination that will just flabbergast the audience, like suck the air out of the room, but in the kind of way that you want to suck the air out of the room, like, no! Like that moment. So, yeah, this is perfect. This is perfect. That is a good midpoint for this Rumble. By God.
I'm trying to think about like how that would go along. Oh wait, hold on. Given Flair's physique, I'm trying to figure out exactly how this would work.
Well, she has her bow and arrow, but it could also just be that she isn't the biggest, but Noel goes all girly, just all lovey-dovey with Flair. So she doesn't even need much, that she's going to be able to get the leverage on her one way or another.
Sweet chin music. Or just that super kick.
Wait. She prefaces it with, I'm sorry, I love you. Super kick.
I almost cursed. F you, Mario.
Okay.
F you.
Listen, you have a character
Explanation
named
time.
Flair. We're talking about dropping someone that they care about with a super kick. How?
Enlighten me.
I hate you. It
you
works
broke
so
Taylor,
well, and
Mario.
I hate
I
you.
need to know why.
Taylor, this is all you. Unless you're so beset by emotion that I need to give the rundown of this particular moment. even RJ in the chat, I can just palpably feel the pain coming from him.
Really, we have to, because Joel has no idea what we're talking about. Mario, you may proceed. I'm going to go refill my water.
Okay. Yes, go forth. Hydrate. Okay, so we mentioned Shawn Michaels before. He retired and came back for what some would argue is the better part of his career before he retired for realsies. Along the way, he retired for at least a week because wrestling, I'm not going to get into it. He retired legendary wrestler Ric Flair, a 16-time world champion in rival promotions who was back in WWE and just doing a couple of matches here and there because, you know, he's Ric friggin' Flair. He's one of the legends of the industry. Like, he is up there, you know, with your Hulk Hogan's in terms of how iconic he was at his peak and even still tends to be in terms of recognizability today. At WrestleMania one year,
I've heard the name Ric Flair. I don't know anything about him, but I've heard the name.
Yeah, if you actually, RJ loves to use his Ric Flair emote very frequently in our chats. I'm actually waiting for him to just drop it any second now. He's the one who goes, "Woo!" There we go. There's the Ric Flair. So you've definitely seen Ric Flair. Yeah,
I know that face.
His daughter is actually wrestling as a very decorated champion herself, Charlotte Flair. So there is a legacy there. Anyway, the point is, what was supposed to be his official retirement match took place at a WrestleMania. It was between him and Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels had looked up to Ric Flair, you know, coming up the ranks as a young wrestler. And he got the honor of retiring him. The iconic moment in that match is at the finale. You know, Shawn Michaels has Ric Flair dead to rights. He's got to finish this. Like, we all know that this is going to be the big retirement ending. They cut to a close-up of Shawn Michaels. You see him audibly say, I love you, I'm sorry. Hits him with his finishing move, which is a kick to the face, sweet chin music. Or when it's not used by him, it's just known as a super kick. And then 1, 2, 3 at WrestleMania, he retires his hero. And it's one of those gut-wrenching moments when even if you only have the lightest of context, it's just so beautifully acted out that it just gets you every time.
That sounds real good. And especially, like, you have the name parallel here.
Mm-hmm.
You have the relationship here.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, this is the Rumble. There are no loyalties in the Rumble.
Nope. Every VTuber for themselves.
Perfect. Yes.
So yeah, we get the we get the Ric Flair retirement kick from Flair.
Yeah. And the fact that this happens right out of what is intermission.
Exactly.
This is, you know, we're not letting there be a dull moment here because you have the mood reset. People are maybe a little bit winded from cheering so much during that concert that Sora put on. And, oh yeah, you do need to put in Sora eliminated.
Self-elimination. And there is precedent for that. Like, people have eliminated themselves either, you know, as a joke or because they just know that they're screwed. Drew Carey, who is now a WWE Hall of Famer, has famously just walked out because he was like, oh no, I'm going to die. I'm out of here.
That, or they eliminated themselves without even thinking about what they were doing, looking at you, Kali.
Also, didn't the Bushwhackers do something like that at a Rumble? Like, they just, you know, did their little Bushwhacker power walk, come into the ring, and then just walk out the other side. I seem to recall that being a thing at some point. Anyway, point is, there is precedent for comical self-eliminations, so Sora gets the comical elimination. There we go. RJ confirmed. So yes, this is a thing. Okay, so where are we at now in terms of who we still have in the ring, just to catch us up and figure out what we're going to do next?
We have, one sec, we need to get rid of Noel here on the list. Yeah, so we have nobody left from our original 11, so we're not really having any, you know, big runs to the end. And I think that for our inaugural Hololive Royal Rumble, that's for the best, because we really want to give every talent a moment, is what I'm trying to figure out here.
Which,
And,
to be
you know,
fair,
for
a good
some-
Rumble should do.
Yeah. And for some, like, their moment might be an extra special entrance, which is sort of what we did with Eofi. But she also got, you know, a good grappling moment with Noel of, you know, the big jumping on the giant's back, desperately holding on, of even if she didn't get a great combat moment, that she had eyes on her for a good second. The ones we have remaining are Muna, Nene, Mio, and Flair. So it's just 4. But it's 3 legitimate combatants, and then the scaredy cat Nene.
Okay, we can keep Nene in for a while, whether it be through near eliminations or, you know, cowardly tactics like, you know, hiding under the ring or something, or, you know, pretending to be knocked out outside the ring after going under the ropes as opposed to over the ropes, you know, shenanigans like that. So we can keep Nene in, or we could just have her get wrecked. We have the
we
option
just had
here.
a big wreckage. I feel like let's at least have one more person come in before another elimination.
Yeah, and with the emotion behind the Flair elimination, especially
wanna
with
give
the
it time
added
to
layers,
breathe.
people are just going to be devastated. Some more so than others. It'll be a multiplier for the people who have the Shawn Michaels Ric Flair context. So yeah,
Thing
let's
is,
give them
Noel
let's give them a
gets
minute
up
to get their feelings
Yeah.
back off the floor and back into their bodies.
But even so, as soon as this happens, Noelle is on the sidelines cheering for Flair.
Aw, that's so wholesome. Aw,
She's just like, I love you, I don't care.
aw.
The big
Just because of that, I'm swapping.
has been reduced to this.
I'm swapping out our right to Cena. Wholesome.
Yeah.
All right. now that we have acknowledged the wholesomeness and continue to have the presence of the right to Cena. Okay, so that'll go on. Who comes in next? I would say these next few shouldn't be any big ones for at least a little bit, because again, we want to give this some room to breathe, some room to rebuild.
Yeah.
All right.
The thing is, with how many are left, we're already getting down to just like some of the biggest names left already. That this back half is going to be stacked. I'm thinking it's time to get a non-JP representative in again. That do we want to have Anya or Ina?
I kind of wanted to hold off on the EN girls until towards the end, but you know what? Let's go ahead and put in Ina.
Okay, yeah. Well, because
Let's go ahead and get our EN representation in there.
Yeah, because keep in mind, there are only 2 EN talents that are available for the 30. So
Yeah.
it has been up until 17 anyways to get any of them in. Now, Ina, while she is not a aggressive, that she is one of the just most pacifistic members on the roster, she still has Cthulian tentacles at her disposal.
Also, dad jokes. I'm reading this now. I'm
Also,
like, yes.
Many dad jokes.
Yes, good. I
So
could see her.
like she can
sorry.
hold her own at least for a minute. That she's not going to be in and out. That she'll stick around for a little bit.
I could see her being one of those people who would foolishly try to do something with the ropes as some sort of way to wear down opponents in the middle of a Royal Rumble. So, like, you know, doing some sort of submission technique where, you know, she's like got them tied up in the ropes using her tentacles for you know, leverage and whatnot. Or you know, Sheamus's 10 beats on the belfry, where, you know, he basically has a person's chest exposed, like they're facing the audience, and he just like clubs them across the chest 10 times. I could see her doing that, but, you know, with the tentacles. Bottom line, yeah, I could see her doing, you know, more rope based attacks or submissions just to kind of fill time without really eliminating anyone. It's just kind of like
That fits.
la 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 do, 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 do.
Yeah. And she, well, actually, so if memory serves, she has 4 tentacles, so she could just do this to all 4 of the other combatants.
Oh my god.
And she has one tied up against each of the four sides of the arena, and she's just sort of sitting in the middle, very zen-like.
Yeah. Embrace tranquility.
Yeah, she's probably pulled out a tablet and is doodling a little bit.
Oh my god. Yeah, just like choking out everybody using the ropes while she's in the middle. There we go. That's our stall moment while we bring some more people back. Done and done.
Alrighty.
All right, but she doesn't actually eliminate anyone in that minute.
No. It would literally just be one of those, stall times where, people are going to be laughing because it's like, oh my god, she literally is just choking out everybody on the sides. Like, what are you doing, Yeah. You could just knock them all out right now. Why are you doodling? Why are you doodling?
Yeah, so give me a feel for number 18. Do you want someone who is, in terms of physical power, low or high?
Let's say, do we not have any mediums left by any chance?
There are a couple mediums that we could choose from here.
I would say maybe one or two more mediums when we get to maybe number 19 or 20. Or even 21, that's when we should start bringing the powerhouses back in, because as you get to those last 10, it's like, okay, anything can happen. We still have some real heavy hitters left, and then we can just get into, the intense matches.
Okay, so is this where we bring in Pekora? Because Pekora herself is not high power, but she's a huge name, obviously, and very chaotic, and she and Muna would become an instant tag team there if you want to sort of break up the equilibrium that you have right now.
I think we could do that.
You know what? Yes. I would have said, based on the description, hold it till maybe 19, to give that, like, pre-Final 10 suspense. But
okay, sure. You know what? There's still plenty of options here. We could put in... Wait 1 second. I need to do a cross-out for Ina.
Whoop.
All right, if not...
We could put in Marine here.
Let's do that. Let's do Marine.
We need to put in Marine because there's tentacles.
Oh my god.
Done.
Oh my god, yes. Yes.
And here's the thing I see about Marine. I could absolutely see her overselling hits on a Shawn Michaels level.
Oh my god, yeah, just like bouncing around. But wait, are we talking like Shawn Michaels sell?
But I don't know who Shawn Michaels is, so...
Are we talking like a regular Shawn Michaels sell job, or the I'm going to take the piss out of Hogan at SummerSlam sell job?
That one.
Okay. Very, very quick context here. Shawn Michaels and Hulk Hogan ended up having what was considered a dream match at SummerSlam, I want to say 2003. They were supposed to have a whole program where they would trade wins, but Hogan, being Hogan and the egomaniac that he is, put the kibosh on the whole thing so he could just win the one match they had. Shawn Michaels, being a colossal troll, decided to just oversell everything that Hogan did. Even if he tried to blow on him, he would have flung himself across the ring just to oversell it. So he just took the piss out of the whole match. It was the funniest thing watching it live, but knowing the context later, I'm like, wow, that was really awful behavior. But at the same time, yeah, Hogan totally deserved it.
It made for...
It was memorable.
We were sports entertained.
Yes, and it was memorable.
Do you remember the whole graffiti where it's Marine being like, "Oh, are you going to do that to me?" and her overselling those things?
Maybe.
Basically, there's an animation where Marine is acting like she's being cornered in a promiscuous situation, and basically the gag is, no, she's not. She's just sort of in a room being melodramatic. So the overselling here fits very, very well.
Oh my god, she would do hentai moans.
Fling herself into these tentacles.
Yeah, and do the hentai moans, and then that's when we have the right to Cena. Do, do,
Yep.
do, do. Right to Cena, always at the ready. Okay, it was SummerSlam 2005. Thanks for the correction there, RJ. Do appreciate it.
Now, do we want to say that somebody takes this moment to eliminate Ina, or maybe just eliminate someone else while some of the tentacles are being preoccupied by Marine?
I would say save that for number 19. Whoever comes in at 19, have them. Let's see. Do we have anyone else who could be kind of at least for a moment, a House of Fire who could get like one quick elimination? Like they run in, they just take somebody out.
I would see that as you could have Roboco just, running in robotic legs and just like kicking someone across the ring over the top rope. You could have Suisei come in and do sort of a stealth job of, all right, people are still distracted by the tentacles and everything. And she comes in quietly. She has no entrance. Well, actually, no, she has to have entrance music. But
everyone's so preoccupied, they don't even
everyone's so
think.
preoccupied that she comes in and just sort of stealthily gets up behind someone and throws them out.
Book it.
The other option
that sounds like a
would
great one
be-
for this moment.
The other option would be Ayame, who, Oni Girl comes in burst of flame and just sort of, she is small body, big power, and knocks someone out. So
I would save that one. So
pick between those three.
let's go with our second option. That sounded perfect for this moment because again, everyone's preoccupied. We don't want to have one of our heaviest hitters who we're still saving for the back end, come out at this point and just do one elimination.
All right, so Suisei at the 19 spot.
Yeah. And
who is she getting the one-up on? Is
That's
this
the
the
question.
end of Nene, Mio, Flair, or Muna?
let's keep Nene as long as possible because if she's doing, the cowardly tactics, you definitely
and
want to stretch
she's-
that out.
She's good for a gag. She's got a great sense of comedy. So she'd be able to do lots of fun things in her stall tactics.
Mm-hmm.
We said we want Muna to have a moment with Pekora, so it's Mio or Flair that goes here. I think we
Does
eliminate
Karma come
Flair
back for
'cause-
Flair? Or, you know what? Karma's happening.
I think we can get away with eliminating Flair because she's had her moment now.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Then Mio hasn't really had a.
She
a
broke
proper moment
everyone's
that she would-
heart.
Yeah,
So give her the karma of an undignified
Yeah.
elimination.
yeah, assassination.
So we said Suisei at number 19, right?
Yeah, Suisei at 19 assassinates Flair.
All right, so now we are coming down to the final 10. This is where things get really intense.
Oh yeah, so let's go over. Let's do a quick roster reminder for the last 10 that we have. There's Roboco the robot.
Last 11 at the moment.
Because I'm blanking.
Oh,
Who did
yes,
I
yeah.
say we need to put in at this number 20 spot that we were saving?
Would this be Pekora's time?
I think we
Or
put
was-
Picker in now.
Or is this for
Or did you have someone else in mind? Mario?
Trying to remember. Who were we considering as other options for the previous spot? Because I know there was one of them that
for
was
the
just like
previous spot? Roboco and Ayame were the other two. The
Mm.
robot and the Oni.
Somebody else on popularity. I guess it was from one of the other previous spots, but one of them you had said just kind of stuck out to me as one we should save for the 20 spot. Damn, who was it?
It might have been Pekora. Well, like I said, let's do a quick inventory of who we have left. There's Roboco the robot, Azuki the virtual diva, Mel the vampire, Akihato / Hachima the tsundere split personality psychopath, Ayame the Oni, Choco the Ara health teacher, Pekora the bunny girl war criminal, Kanata the angel healer gorilla girl because
Ooh.
strength that she's colloquially known as the gorilla, Coco the dragon, Anya, the enchanted dagger, and Gura, the shark.
I kind of want to give Anya and Muna a moment together.
Okay, that you have the Indonesian branch bonding a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. So Anya comes in, and what I could see happening is Anya is very small. Have you ever seen Anya, Mario?
No, I'm actually looking her up right now, just to
She
get
is-
some context.
She is adorable, and she's one of the 5 shortest in terms of model size. Let me see if I can find a good GIF. Just
Oh
sent
my God,
a,
RJ. Like
just sent a
it
GIF
would
of her
work.
in note passing.
It would work, and it would just. That would literally,
Yes, RJ. Yes.
it would immediately instill terror in everyone in the ring.
Oh yeah, it would be blood chilling.
Oh man.
With like just like the over the top reverb on it too, just echoing throughout the arena.
So Anya comes in, and she realizes very quickly that she is out of her depth. So she runs over to Muna and turns and just like, I can't do this, but you can, and turns into her Chris form, her dagger form, and Muna wields Anya.
This is also going to make for a potentially very creative elimination, because when you mentioned what she could do, I already had some designs on that, so
Please, by all means, what do you have
Yes,
in mind?
please share with the class.
when it's time for her to go, someone needs to just straight up dagger chuck her.
Yeah,
I mean, she literally sets herself up for this.
that just Anya. The other thing about her is she is super lazy. That she does this out of fear, but also like, I'm gonna just turn into a dagger and take a nap, so I don't have to worry about this. When I wake up, I'll find out what happened. I know I really can't win unless something weird happens, but if I'm in my dagger form, I'm safe, and then I can sleep.
Okay.
RJ with a very valid point. So a sword version of Orange Cassidy.
Oh my God.
Orange Cassidy is basically what if a very lazy Ryan Gosling was a wrestler. His
Yes.
whole gimmick is that he's just lazy as hell, and it's great.
Yeah.
So,
But at the same time, he's actually a very talented technical wrestler.
mm-hmm.
Okay,
now I'm
so
trying to figure out how that would work.
who does Muna eliminate with the dagger is maybe
Who's the most allergic to stabbing? Is my question here.
I mean, I don't think there's many people who aren't.
Do we give? Let's give her a Let's actually give her a good fight with Mio. Let's give Mio her time in the sun.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. So, Mio and Muna / Anya scrap around for a while.
And we can give them a Mario. You might understand this. Go ahead and give Mio and Muna a high spot.
Yes.
Just let them go off, like bouncing off the ropes, high flying,
They're bouncing off the ropes and the tentacles.
whatever, and the tentacles. 'Cause
That
that's
actually
still
gave me that gave me one idea. Anya in dagger form could get stuck into one of the tentacles. Ina
This is possible. Yeah,
Ina would
'cause,
probably want to go and get that taken care of very quickly.
yeah. 'Cause
Oh my
the
god, double
tentacles-
elimination right there, because Anya gets stuck in the tentacle. And Ina just gets out of dodge to go and, get some medical attention with
No,
Anya
so,
in dagger
The
form.
tentacles are not part of Ina, that they are
Oh, my
from
mistake.
the ancient ones. So she has the agency over them. but she herself is still a normal human that the tentacles are sort of summoned.
What if
So she would not feel the pain of a tentacle being hit. She would take offense to it. She'd be like, "Hey, you stabbed my tentacle."
then
But she wouldn't freak out and rush to get medical attention.
alternate proposition? Would the tentacles take agency on their own and basically drag her out with her, or is that not a thing?
That is not a thing.
Damn, that would have been hilarious to like go full
Yes, that would
Doc
be
Ock.
I can
It's just like
appreciate- I can appreciate the perspective writing there, absolutely. But at the very least, I think what this does is the tentacle being stabbed still is going to get Ina's attention, and it probably sort of breaks up the marine gag, at least for the time being.
Would she get upset, take Dagger Anya out, just be like, "What the hell's this?" Casually toss it out of the ring.
I could see that.
There we go.
like that.
That's the
Yeah,
elimination.
that's kind of where what I was leaning towards.
Who left this in the ring? Toss. Oh man. And that's how Anya gets eliminated.
Yeah, so Anya is our second nice to see you, thanks for coming.
But at least she had a moment and she stabbed someone, I guess. That's something. Get your stuff
And
in.
this also finally breaks up the, tentacle gag that we had going.
Yeah. Yes. Oh man.
So I think maybe what we do next, maybe we have Choco come in,
Okay.
and the Ara energy gets Marine's attention again. But this is where Marine goes. That she comes at Choco, but Choco is competent and just, Marine rushing Choco. Choco,
Yeah.
Ducks down, gets the leverage, and uses Marine's momentum to just toss her out of the ring.
I was thinking too, like before, like Choco hasn't even made it into the ring yet. She's standing on the apron. Marine rushes her. Choco ducks down, pulling the top rope down with her, and Marine basically just rushes herself over the top rope.
Yep.
And tumbling down to the floor.
That's legit. That is a legitimate tactic.
Perfect.
I love a
Choco
good,
is not
competently
super
booked
strong
professional
in and of
wrestling match.
She's not super strong, but she's gonna be smart and would be able to have the wherewithal to do that type of thing. I don't expect her to last long, especially against some of the heavy hitters that we have in these last couple slots, but that's a really good moment to give Choco. Plus, Marine's gag will have run its course by this point.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
So that'll be that's Marine gone. Let's see, that's Anya gone. So this still leaves us with Muna, Nene, Mio, Ina, Suisei, and Choco. So we still have six
Okay,
people
there's
in
still
the ring.
6, so maybe we get one more elimination at least before 22 comes in.
Who's gonna go?
So Suisei I would say, is still, going at it with someone here.
Okay, something needs to happen here where Nene gets brave and decides, I see my opening, I'm going to take it.
Okay.
The Bull
And
Rush.
Do we give Nene like an upset elimination? Do we have her eliminate one of the heavy
I could
hitters?
see
Yes.
that.
Here-
Just, especially given the role that we have pegged her with this whole time, and she has lasted what is now almost 10 slots.
All right, I'm already seeing this. So with the bull rush, with the way that's set up, I imagine Choco is in a very vulnerable position. This would be the perfect spot for Nene to just fly back into the ring while everyone's focusing on the elimination and just dumps her over and starts celebrating like she won the whole thing.
The only issue here is that is 2 back-to-backs. You know, nice to see you. Thanks for comings. Of Anya comes in, is stabbed into Ina, chucked. Choco comes in, gets an elimination, but then is chucked.
I feel like the biggest upset here would either be Nene. Oh no, I've already made it up my mind because of the sheer reaction.
Go for it.
This person, Nene eliminates Muna.
Oh, well, but then we don't get the Muna Pekora moment.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah, Pekora hasn't come in yet. Okay, in that case...
I would say Mio.
Mio? Nene eliminates Mio?
Because Mio, in terms of physical prowess, Mio is... it'd be Mio or Ina that are the most significant competitors there by physical powers. Ina, obviously, because of her tentacles. Mio, because... wolf and big and has been the brawler for a while. I think the elimination of the brawler is more jarring in this case.
No, that's fair. Just to make sure that it works, what would be the context for, what would be distracting
how is it that
Mio
Mio's guard is down?
Yeah, because that's why I just jumped in immediately with Choco, because I'm like, oh, your guard's down because you just eliminated someone and you're obviously not paying attention, so boom, you're going over. But in a case like this, look, what's going on at this point, that would make sense.
How about this? Mio sees that Choco is vulnerable, goes to try to eliminate her. In the process of trying to push her over the top rope,
okay.
Nene then sneaks up behind, dumps Mio. Choco is still able to hold on. That's Mio out of the Rumble. Thanks for coming.
Okay, so it's a variation of the scenario that I was going for with Choco. So Joel, for your context, there will be these times where, someone is in the middle of eliminating somebody else, but then someone will dump that person over, and the person who was originally on the verge of defeat somehow survives because an opportunist came in and just dunked the person who was trying to dunk them.
So that makes sense. And frankly, Mio, being the cunning wolf that she is, would be the one to hone in on, the vulnerable prey that is Choco in that moment.
Yeah.
And then Nene's elimination there is probably circumstantial.
Exactly.
It could be her running from Suisei, and as she's darting across the ring, that she isn't even looking where she's going, and sort of rear ends into Mio and sends her over Choco.
Yeah, or even if it was a deliberate thing, it still fits the role that Nene is playing in this Rumble. The chicken opportunist. The chicken opportunist would do this. And then, just treat it like she won the whole thing. Is like, yeah, I did it. Look at me. I'm so good. I got rid of Mio. I'm so strong. Look at me. I won.
And then would Nene then just immediately get dumped by Muna?
Or even, maybe Mio might just drag her over while she's celebrating. Because that is a thing that, sore losers would do in a Rumble.
Is that legal?
It's not illegal.
It's no disqualification.
Yeah. The important thing is
been eliminated.
They're already been eliminated. Yeah.
Yeah. So and there have been many instances.
Before.
Yeah.
It has happened before.
Again, sore losers.
Yeah, absolutely. We can do that.
So Nene thinks that she's, gotten one over on Mio, thinks that she is so strong, so invincible. Just kidding. Mio just grabs her and yanks her over.
Nene's elimination of Mio is a super Nene punch. Taylor, do you know about the super Nene punch?
I don't know if I do.
Oh my gosh! Mario, we can bring up a clip of this on stream, right? Because this isn't music.
Let me see what we got here.
1 minute. Let me get this for you because it's only this is a 45-second clip. and make sure it's the right one. Because it's an adorable moment, and just... Yeah. Okay, because this is her. Send this note passing. That it was during a super chat reading, and I'll just leave it at that. That you can bring this up. It is family friendly. There's nothing problematic here. There's not going to be any copyright stuff in it because it's from one of her streams on YouTube, anyways. And I think it's just a great moment that gives you a sense of Nene herself.
Can I get a wink, a kiss on Super Nene Pants? Oh, okay. Little wink. Little kiss. And Super Nene Pants. Thank
Okay.
you. Go.
Okay. All right. that happened. I'll just switch back to our document.
Mm-hmm. So, Super Nene punches Mio out of the ring, and then Mio vengefully grabs Nene.
Doop.
Okay, so this brings us to entrant number 22.
And now I think is where we have Pekora.
Okay.
Yes.
So now Pekora and Muna can basically just wreck shop now.
Yeah. That the war criminal and the yandere goes at it.
RJ is asking what Pekora's entrance theme would be. I immediately thought the Gorillas of Destiny theme from New Japan Pro Wrestling. If she's a war criminal, that's like the best thing. That would work really well.
I actually kind of had one in mind. Let's see here. Let me pull it up real quick. There it is. Did it get pulled? No, what? Here we go. We'll use this. Gonna drop it in note passing. It's a remix by Hololive, who is the now famed producer in the Hololive fandom who brought us Pop on Rocks. It basically just like a really nice dubstep remix along with like Pekora's laugh and stuff like that mixed into it.
Oh, okay. I will have to give that a listen later.
That,
that sounds kind of awesome.
I'll send you a more proper clip of her laughing so you can actually get a sense of just how unique it is.
I think in this remix, in the track Usagi Bounce, I think it's actually pitched down a little bit, which makes it even creepier.
Nice.
But...
So, Pekora makes her entrance, crowds going wild because Pekora is very, very popular.
Yep.
She is also very small. She is not, by any normal physical sense, or even by power sense, a threat. But people are scared of her.
She's over as hell, though. So yeah, that's all you need. So yeah, this is the big pop.
She gets in, and Muna effectively like pledges fealty to her, and the two of them are gonna at least eliminate one person, maybe two here that I could see. Could be Ina's time because we currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the ring. So it's the two of them versus Ina, Suisei, and Choco. I could see them taking out at least one.
I think Ina's run her course.
Yeah.
Sorry, RJ. F in the chat for Ina.
So I guess the two of
What's,
them get the
so what-
leverage.
yeah,
They
what's the
each
5?
grab a tentacle and they throw her out by the tentacles.
Yeet. RJ, if there was ever a time for you to use your KO macro, this would be it. Also, quality pun. Quality pun to send out the the dad joke enthusiast.
Indeed.
There we go. There we go. And of course, because we're talking about dad jokes, Daddy approves.
Just as she flies out, she would be going, "This is inconceivable."
Oh, puns to the last. I feel like with the double team, they can get at least one more.
Now the question is, do they get one more, or while Ina is being eliminated, does Suisei get a second assassination on Choco? Because Suisei's been kind of quiet in all this, that she's been, scrapping about, but hasn't had much since her entry moment. And her whole thing is that she is the sociopath of just, being the cold-blooded killer, even though she herself is not very strong, that she's very much the assassin type. So I can see with that distraction that being another opening.
Or do Suisei and Choco realize that it's a case of it's them or us, and form a obviously very tentative alliance, and we turn this into a 2v2 of Suisei and Choco versus Pecora and Muna?
I could see a begrudging tag team, at least for a moment. I don't think that...
enemy of my enemy is my friend and such.
Yeah, so they would do tag team, and number 23 would come in. I don't see either pair being eliminated outright.
Yeah, because I was going to say, do the stealth assassination, because then Susie is going to get hers soon enough. Because we still have some people who are going to be coming in to be OP as heck, so that would be some good karma.
Wait, so are we saying that... So we have two things at odds here, because there's 4 people left.
Yes.
So do we want Suisei to get the assassination on Choco, or do we want to have Suisei and Choco doing the tag team against Pecora and Muna?
If we want to stretch it, we'll do the tag team. If we don't mind the loss, then yeah, the stealth elimination.
I feel like though.
Well, actually, we still have a couple of numbers to pad. So you know what? Yeah, let's do the tag.
All right,
let's
so tag
do that.
team for a while, and we can say that Suisei has the sudden but inevitable betrayal on Choco sometime around 23 entering.
Or maybe even 24. Let's spread it out a bit just to add some numbers in, because here we want to be a little discriminating about the eliminations because we are coming towards the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so who comes in here? Do you want someone low, medium, or high-powered?
I was originally going to say bring in the robot, but I want to save her for at least 1 or 2 more. Have her come in at 24 or 25.
Let's finish out our lower-powered talents.
In that
Bring
case,
on the cannon fodder!
I think the lowest power ones we have here are Hachima or Mel. I think it would just be Mel, because at least Hachima is the only crazy that can hold a candle to Suisei's crazy. So Mel is going to be the closest thing to cannon fodder that we have here.
Okay.
So is she now doing a 3-on-2 against Muna and Pecora? And
I think so.
Since
because
she's low power, she's not enough to tip the balance.
I think at this point it's understood that Muna and Pecora are the single largest threat in this match. So everyone is going to be looking to eliminate.
They are the reigning power.
Yes.
Now, what we could do here is, if you want to pad out more, you could put in either Azuki or Hachima, or you could have Roboco if you want to break the balance here.
Let's
Saving
bring in,
Roboco.
Let's go ahead and bring in Azuki.
All right, so it's going to be a 4-on-2 by now, and now Pekora and Muna are on the ropes.
There we go. Dramatic tension.
Let's see.
And all the while, like, Pekora is going to land a couple of low blows on people here that she will live up to her war criminal status.
Oh yeah. I'm trying to think here.
Using all the dirty techniques.
How do we want to do this? Let's say Choco and Suisei have Pekora on the ropes, manage to get her over and eliminate Pekora.
Oh, so we're going to have
After
Pekora go
which-
before Muna?
After which, Suisei then immediately dumps Choco. There's giving you the betrayal moment.
Yeah, the sudden but
Dun,
inevitable
dun,
betrayal.
dun!
Okay, sure. And gosh, by now, Muna has been in for about half of the match because she was number 12.
Oh yeah.
So
Woo.
she's not the one that you would expect to see going the distance, but she's also very much the type that you see her lasting and saying, I'm not shocked by it either.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you do
She's
have
that nice middle ground of she's enough of a threat to be able to hold her own, but not quite enough of a threat to pull aggro by her mere existence, that it takes the combined effort of her and Pekora for her to finally actually start pulling aggro.
Yeah, and I was gonna say you do have those wrestlers in these multi-person matches, especially if you're doing a Royal Rumble proper, who are going to be kind of like the dark horses at least for a while, assuming that they're not clearly meant to be the winners.
Yeah, that she is a very good dark horse.
So that adds to the dramatic tension of the match. So that's perfect.
Okay, so Pekora,
Sudden but inevitable betrayal.
Yep.
Love it. All right, so
I think it's time we pull the trigger.
Let's go over the last 6 we have, because it's Roboco, Hato/Hachima, Ayame, Kanata, Coco, and Gura.
I will reiterate. Bring on the Roboco!
All right, Roboco it is. High-spec robot
Full
runs in.
Full Terminator
Who's she
entrance.
Oh, yes. 'Cause she's another one that just is sort of like, she's a bit of a scaredy cat, but could also just, when pushed, be super cold-blooded.
Oh, it's Suisei's time.
Okay.
Karma.
Okay, I like that.
Karma. There is no reasoning, no bargaining.
Yep, just mad dashing in, and she has the leaping jump kick that hits Suisei in the chest, sends her flying.
Oh my god. Okay, so continuing with this whole Terminator thing. So, my wrestling spirit animal, the best bout machine, and current AEW World Champion, Impact World Champion, and AAA Mega Campeon, Kenny Omega, has a move called Rise of the Terminator, which is a very impressive aerial dive to the outside. We're dealing with a robot who could probably do the reverse of that. That would be so basically reverse Rise of the Terminator. So doing the Rise of the Terminator
from the floor, over the top rope into the ring,
and that just knocks out Suisei.
And she doesn't even need to use a trampoline.
Hi-oh. So there, and you want to talk like not just impressive entrances, especially because popular character, also coming out with the Terminator gimmick, but then doing this impressive maneuver that you should not be able to do without a trampoline, because by the way, she's a literal freaking robot.
Because the visibly mechanical part of her is her legs, so that makes even more sense that she would be able to just maneuver herself and create that power underneath herself to do that type of jump.
Yeah, give her a nice running start, because look at the length that people have to travel to the ring. She easily has enough time to build up the speed, so it is.
Oh yeah,
it is totally plausible. So so she does the Rise of the Terminator.
Speaking of which, and as far as length of the ramp, this just in: Iron Sheik is still on his way to the ring.
Hi-oh. Aw.
Okay.
I'll let you take this one, Taylor.
What? I don't know the full story about it, but it's like when I don't even remember exactly what event it was. Like it was like a Royal Rumble style event where, a now retired WWE Hall of Famer, I believe I should point out, the Iron Sheik. He basically, when his number was pulled, he basically just took an eternity and a half to make it down the ramp into the ring. So it's like the joke is like, and like some people say that to this day the Iron Sheik is still making his way down to the ring just because of how slowly he made it down at that one event.
Point of fact, he also has had his mobility severely hampered, so it's just kind of like there's good reason. But at the same time, oh boy, that was not a smart move, y'all. don't have the hobbling old man. It was the WrestleMania 17 gimmick battle royal. Thank you, RJ. So don't have the hobbled old man, make that long trip without some sort of assistance. Come on, like we have a show to go through. Damn it, Snickers isn't gonna pay us overtime. We gotta cut off the show before the pay-per-view providers cut off the feed. Have to give it away for free on Monday night. Sidebar: that is a thing that actually happened in WCW.
Oh God.
They had to cut off their main event pay-per-view, one of their biggest ones ever, because they overran the show, and pay-per-view. The pay-per-view satellite providers had to just cut it. Which is why it's a great thing we're doing this on Twitch, and we have an open stream tonight. We don't have to worry about any of that. Take that, pay-per-view providers. Oh, man. Sorry, just had to interject that while we were on the subject.
Hey, there was daylight robbery pay-per-view last night.
Give it away for free on YouTube. Anyway. Okay, so we have Roboco making a very, very memorable entrance that also, takes out one of the highest body count generating combatants in this evening's main event. How do we pace this out for the next?
I'm trying to decide if I wanted to have Suisei and Hachima at the same time of just, the two sort of unhinged combatants, but I do like the sudden but inevitable betrayal and then Karma swift kick. So, yeah.
Epic Karma. That is some karma.
So we have left the split personality tsundere, the Oni, the shark, the dragon, and the strong angel.
I'm still pulling for Shark at 30. We gotta.
Yeah.
Shark at 30 no matter what.
At this point, I feel like we have to.
Yeah, probably.
We should probably write that in just to make sure
Might as well just have it set in there. So how about here? Do you want another hard-hitting combatant or trade one psychopath for another?
which would make for the more compelling bout with the robot? That's my question. That we could have, kind
The
of...
more compelling bout would probably be an actual combatant.
Okay, so I would book that, because then Roboco and whoever comes in next could keep each other occupied for a while, preventing some more eliminations, giving us that buffer space, because I feel like when the dragon rolls in, unleash the dragon.
Here's the other thing. Kanata
Turn
and
the century
Coco
throwback.
are the other pair that is going to mirror what you had with Muna and Pekora. That the two of them are very much attached at the hip. That they are best friends. They actually, IRL, live together. That there is what is colloquially known as Holo House. It is not sanctioned by the company, but Coco basically proposed to Kanata, and I forget, there's like two others in there, that they all realized that they were commuting a lot to the studio to do a lot of their 3D things, and they decided to just get it is individual apartments in actually, I forget if it's individual apartments in the same complex, like on the same floor, or if it is a larger shared unit with multiple rooms, but they live together in a very, very close proximity. I think it's actually the latter, that it is a multi-unit or a multi-room unit, and that they share it together, because there have been multiple instances where Coco or Kanata will just be streaming, and the other will, knock on the door and make a little guest appearance via voice, that obviously their model isn't going to be on while the other is streaming, but
yeah,
that you can hear them in the background and they'll say hi or whatnot.
That's pretty good. Also, that is a legit faction right there. Why? Because you all live in the same complex.
Yeah, well, and also just Coco and Kanata have been like each other's emotional rocks, and they are like actual legitimate BFFs.
So let's bring in Kanata at 26, and have
Then that way you
her
have a
and
little bit of
Roboco,
buffer. Yeah.
Have her and have Kanata and Roboco team up to then. I say it clear out the ring, and I say it's time. I believe it's time for Muna to make
Muna to yeah. Muna has had a fantastic run from 12 all the way to 26, but the dark horse tale ends here.
So do we just have Roboco and Kanata eliminate all three, and it's just the two of them in the ring until
I think it's
27?
the two of them in the ring. Yeah.
I'm actually getting a good visual in my mind here, and that's one of those epic stare downs where the crowd's just going nuts because we just had this amazing entrance, and then these eliminations of people who have been in it for so long, and it's just like, oh my god, what's gonna happen next? Stare down! There's only 4 more left. Mm-hmm. So we're coming to the end. It's just, as a fan, this would just be one of those hype moments where you're just you
really
need that moment to you're getting that moment to breathe, but also they're like you were about to say, they're ratcheting up the tension at the same time. So it's that weirdly euphoric moment that makes these rumbles so special. Even if it's just two people staring at each other across the ring, because it's like, since it's so late in the competition, and we've already had so many of these moments, that the stakes are just ridiculously high. Anyone who comes in next, they could very well just take the whole thing at this point, because we've been having people making statements, and they are legitimate contenders. Oh my god, this is so exciting! I'm just I'm getting hyped imagining this. This is great.
I did spell it correctly. Yeah.
Okay.
It is 2 T's.
Yeah.
And
so they're staring down. Clock starts counting down now from 10. Both of them turn to look down the ramp at the stage and anticipating who is coming next.
So it has to be one of two at this point, that it's either Hachima or Ayame. And so do you want the Oni girl to appear and just come flying in because she's a demon, and she's going to be actually flying in fire coming out of her feet, propelling her into the ring.
You could almost say, like a bat out of hell.
Or is the stare down interrupted by just strange noises, lights flickering, and you see Hachima walking down the runway, like light flickers, she's suddenly much farther down. Light flickers, she's suddenly much farther down. Light flickers, she's in the ring.
God damn it! I just realized something, Mario.
Shoot.
You realize who Hachima is in this situation, right?
I mean, other than the Fiend. Like, what do we got here?
She's Alexa Bliss.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
So, Hachima needs...
Book
Hachima
it. Book it, please. Please book it.
Hachima's coming in at 27.
Okay, so Alexa Bliss context, please.
Mario, go ahead.
Oh, no, you by all means explain this one. I'm going to go looking for a GIF.
Okay. You're a lot better at explaining like the deep lore stuff, but Alexa Bliss was already a very prominent member of the WWE women's division when during a feud between Bray Wyatt / The Fiend and Braun Strowman. We're not going to talk about that, by the way.
I understood that one because that's topical.
Alexa Bliss appeared as the character Sister Abigail, which is the character that Bray Wyatt has alluded to many, many, many times over the years.
Okay, so just so you know, there is a you can't call her small time because she's a YouTube partner. That her streams average, a little over 100 viewers, so nothing to scoff at. You can't call her a small timer. But there's a VTuber named Sister Abigail.
Oh boy.
She, like I said, she's independent. She is a legitimate Christian streamer that she does Bible readings as her Sunday stream. The rest of the week for her is agnostic, that she just does super wholesome stuff and she's not like forceful with her religious stuff, but that is her character, that she is Sister Abigail, and that it just, even on Sundays, it is very, calm, nice. We're gonna have a Bible reading together, and the rest of the time she plays games. But I never knew that might have been based off of something. So now that you're bringing up that there is canonical Sister Abigail involved in WWE is kind of blowing my mind.
Yup.
Wow. But yeah, the Fiend has been written off TV for a while in that Randy Orton literally set him on fire.
Yep, that happened.
During
I hope?
a match.
Scripted, I hope?
Yeah, scripted.
Yeah.
Glances around nervously.
So anyway, Alexa Bliss now in the role, I guess, less so much in the role of Sister Abigail, but like in this sort of creepy, demented version of Alexa Bliss, has kind of taken on the role of Bray Wyatt on television, while Bray Wyatt is, let's be honest, kayfabe dead.
Yep.
like Randy Orton, story-wise, Randy Orton literally murdered the Fiend / Bray Wyatt. And now
Wow,
Alexa
that's a
Bliss.
lot of fire.
Oh, are you watching it?
No, but I'm looking at an image that RJ sent
Oh.
in the wrestling area.
Yep. Also,
Yeah, for
me
it
with
to
that
be
that Alexa
much
Bliss
fire,
reference.
that has to have been scripted.
This,
that has to be
this
a
was my
treated jacket.
actual reaction. Actual
God.
reaction.
Yeah, that's scripted. If it's that much fire, then he has protective stuff on. But wow, that's one heck of a shot right there.
me when we made that Alexa Bliss connection, just I'm just gonna keep mentioning this as long as it is looping right now. It's like when I was going like bucket, ah.
So this isn't
All right,
Alexa
there we go.
Bliss being the one that's lighting the other person on fire. So what does Alexa Bliss have to do with all of this?
I mean, it's
like
Alexa Bliss, and it was perfect. It made a lot of sense. So I was just like full Vince reaction.
Like Hachima having like this very creepy, demented vibe to her, like being able to do all this spooky, supernatural things is very much in line with what Alexa Bliss is currently doing on WWE TV. So
Yes.
So yeah,
Okay.
There's the connection.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's
Hachima
happening right
comes
now as we're
in-
recording this.
So
Except that
Hachima
would
comes
require
in
watching
and
it.
It's the closest thing that we have to a horror film moment, like I said, of just, flickering lights, and every time the lights flicker, she's farther down the runway until flicker, she's in the ring. You don't actually see her enter. That
The
is
horror
flicker, she's
show?
outside, flicker, she's inside.
A
Yes.
horror show at Hololive Rumble, presented by Snickers.
Can we not talk
Yeah.
about that?
We'll skip that story. So let's move along.
So we now have 3 in the ring. Is there an elimination here, or do they scrap around for a while?
Oh, there will be scrapping because we are coming towards the end. We still have a few heavy hitters. We got to rebuild for the big finale.
Yeah. So we have IMA and Coco. I think it's IMA here, and I think it's Coco at 29.
Okay.
So IMA has a bombastic entrance of if you've seen the Hololive alternative animation, you actually see her fighting against I think it's Mio and Fubuki. And you see her, like jumping around using fire and being demonic.
Yeah,
So,
I think you're right, actually.
So she has a very good entrance. And Hachima is by far the least powerful person in the ring right now. But she's going to be sneaky and crafty and smart. That she's not going to just be tossed over. So she could do any number of things of grappling or just jockeying to get behind people to make sure that she sticks around a little bit longer. And I think I guess the question we have to have here is there's 4 in. Do we want an elimination before Gura makes her entrance, or do we want to get back up to 6 before we start whittling it down for good?
Yeah, back up until and then from that point on, it's just anyone who goes out. That's it. We're working towards the big finale.
Yeah, so Hachima comes in, IMA comes in bombastically. Coco is also going to be she is crazy, she's powerful, she's confident, she's sassy, and when she comes in, like her and Kanata, Coco is the Yakuza leader. She is the boss that people call her Kaicho of, chairman. That she is the actual head of the Yakuza.
I also noticed in her
Kanata-
profile that she is an aficionado of the Yakuza games, so this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good fan art of her in Yakuza apparel. And Kanata is her enforcer, her right hand.
Oh my god. So if you're saying that she's a legit boss, that means she is the Sasha Banks of this particular Rumble.
I know the name Sasha Banks. And I at least know this name.
I'm like
RJ gets it. RJ gets it.
Yep. This whole time, all I was thinking of was the Cisco song "Unleash the Dragon." Like every time we've been making reference to Coco, and I'm just waiting to unleash the dragon. But now that I've made this association, I'm like, okay, now I have Sasha Banks' theme running through my head, and see her doing the whole Sasha Banks gimmick. Legit boss.
Yeah, so she comes in, and it's Kanata and Coco against the world. It's the other 4. It's Roboco. Sorry, it's the other 3. It's Roboco, Hachima, and wait a minute. Sorry, Muna is gone. Forgot to blank her name on the document.
Because in terms of power levels, this would be like having your Braun Strowmans or your Brock Lesnar's or the Game Triple H coming in at the number 29 spot. So it's like, oh no, we need to gang up on this one or we gonna die.
Yes. Yeah, so it's Kanata and Coco versus Ayame Hachima and Roboco. It is 3-on-2. And frankly, the 2 would have the edge on the 3 here.
Yeah, from the sound of it. So the more reason why it becomes a desperate fight for survival as the time ticks away. We are coming up on number 30.
1 second. So I'm gonna bring it up because I know it's usable on streams because they use it on their streams. Where is it?
You could be pulling up one of two things.
Oh man, I'm actually imagining the setting here.
So, and then the music to Shark Venture comes on, which is the bubbly, fun, over-the-top theme of Gargura. So this one you can play a little bit of. And just, because it even starts off a bit slower and softer before really getting in that you'll hear the hit of where she makes her entrance. But like,
audience is already losing their minds.
Going insane. And then there's the drop at about 15 seconds in.
I already posted it in the chat earlier, but it's like you're counting down like 3, 2, 1. The Ridge Mountain, West Virginia.
Oh yeah, that's the other option that you have, country roads. No, but I think it would be Shark Venture here.
All right, we've just had our sample of that.
Yes.
Oh man, so yeah, you got the audience just unglued. Again, if I were in this hypothetical audience, this would be the one that I would just be like losing my mind for. I would just be like, okay, I don't care if she's not going to win. It's just like, Shark Girl, yeah.
Yeah. That you look at the ring right now, and frankly, in terms of just sheer numbers of subscribers, so not talking about skill or anything, but just going off of pure metrics, you have 5 A-listers and a B-lister here. That IMA is going to get the short end of the stick in terms of IRL metrics, but IMA is still, incredibly, incredibly popular. But this is 5 of the biggest actual names in Hololive. That Roboco actually just got a new outfit, like it was yesterday or I think it was Sunday, and people have been going crazy over it. I'll send you the pictures of it later. It's actually really cool. It's this super big dress that looks both fanciful and gothic, and she has this cool crown which almost looks like a Wi-Fi router because of the prongs that it has.
Cute.
And it's really, really cool. But yeah, so you now have your final 6. Nobody new will be entering the ring.
Exactly. Because we've hit number 30. So when you hit number 30, like whoever is in this match right now.
This is just a stacked lineup. That this is a very good final slate to be looking at.
This is your main event.
One of these 6 talents is winning the Holo Rumble.
One of them is going to Holomania. They're going to be pointing at that sign, sponsored by Play Asia.
Hashtag not sponsored. Hashtag please sponsor us.
Bless.
So,
but yeah.
Who's the first to go?
Oof. Well, for starters, it's definitely not going to be like some crazy, elimination fest because again, given the metrics behind all these characters who remain, you want to make this like a nail biter. You want to make this special. You want to have cool moments as time is ticking away for these final entrants. So you definitely don't want it to be, like stealth eliminations or any like OP Hoss clearings. You want this to be like every elimination.
Every elimination
counts.
here is a moment.
Yes.
Now, if we want to work, we're at the point where we may want to think backwards of these 6. My pick for the winner would be Coco or Kanata, frankly. That they both have the power, they both have the prestige, they both have their own separate stories, just in the lore of Kanata came from nothing. She is just this super sweet girl. She actually IRL is a trained singer and is losing hearing in one of her ears.
Dang.
Coco is considered the progenitor almost of Hololive English. That she was credited as one of the first people to have suggested it to the upper management. She helped pave the way because she is she's fluent in English. That she has as her second language. She grew up for the first couple years of her life in the U.S. And she sort of proved that there was an English audience before Hololive EN and helped pave the way for them, and has undergone some really significant trials and tribulations of her own for things that are a bit too long to explain here, but suffice it to say, they both have very compelling storylines already, in addition to their legitimate power and popularity.
Those are good. And if we're going to go based on that, I definitely think it should possibly come down to those two. Personally speaking, especially after the anecdote you just gave about, recent updates to the character, I'm leaning towards Roboco. It sounds like this could be like a literal crowning moment.
She would not be fighting in her new outfit, because that's one of the ones where, big floofy dress, she'd be thrown the heck out. That she would be in her slim, customized chaps.
She'd be in her OG outfit.
Exactly.
Her OG outfit.
And the outfit you described, that sounds like the kind of thing you would wear going into WrestleMania for your big WrestleMania moment. So those
that is
put
a
together.
WrestleMania entrance outfit.
Exactly. So it's like she seems primed to be that character that they're going to give the WrestleMania moment to, so to speak. And especially with, the very bold entrance, like it feels like a good fit, especially if you want to elevate this character who is already very popular to that, true upper echelon and give them the moment.
So, of the 6 that are remaining, I would say that she is 5th in popularity, that she's still very popular, that she's going to be the lower end of the A-listers.
And all the more reason. That's where you elevate that talent to give them that push. You know what I'm saying? Like, the others technically don't need the rub, so to speak. You elevate
in wrestling speak, this is where we put her over.
Exactly. So it seems like you just gave us more ammunition for making this make sense, because it's like,
I'll be honest,
let's put her over.
I'll be honest, like, as soon as Roboco entered the match, I was honestly starting to think, you know what? I think Roboco's the one I both see and want to win this one.
Yeah. And again, knowing about that new outfit update, that screams investment in the character. It sounds like you're really trying to develop them. And if you're giving them something that would be, a WrestleMania worthy outfit to make that WrestleMania entrance. My God. that just sells itself.
Kanata got a new outfit recently, but it's a cool outfit that Kanata got. It is not the showstopper outfit that Roboco recently debuted.
Yeah. So I find it very strange that we're picking this out based on an outfit choice, but it sounds like the perfect storm, the perfect convergence of elements, especially
it feels right.
Yeah, and especially if you want to elevate that character to that upper echelon. It's like, hey, if you're going to put him over big in the main event of the Royal Rumble, send him to Holomania. have him wrestle for the Hololive Grand Championship or whatever we would have in this case. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's
all right. Between the two of you,
this is the star maker.
It's my turn to say it. Book it.
Yeah.
All right, so we know who's walking out, so we need to figure out
how
who's
do we
getting.
get
Cue the
there?
Vince. uh, yes, good. All right.
Okay.
Okay, so we now know who is going to ultimately win the match. So yeah, like you said, let's work backwards. How do we build towards that? I don't think Gura should be the first to go either. I don't think she should be the
she's
second to
way too
last.
popular to be in and out. That
She
Gura
needs to
has
be like that
have a
middle,
moment.
the middle elimination of whatever we come up with. So she's got to go. She's got to go, but she should not be the first. She should not be the next to last because it would cheapen the effect. Actually, I feel like
I feel like the last three have to be Kanata, Coco, and Roboco, and
Yes.
that Roboco overcomes the 2-on-1.
Yes, and I was even gonna say Coco feels like that insurmountable obstacle of the remaining ones we have. So to have Roboco ultimately endure whatever Coco is gonna dish out, that feels like the best way to solidify that that putting over that we're trying to do here, the elevation that we're trying to achieve. So it definitely needs to come down to ultimately Roboco and Coco, which, God, I would hate to be the commentator on that.
Coco.
Gonna get so tongue-tied so fast. God help us if it was contemporary JR to calling that one.
no.
Oh boy.
There's literally only one commentator who could pull it off, and that's Michael Cole.
Oh my God. You might be right. You know what? No, get Golden Boy. Bring in Golden Boy. Golden Boy and Excalibur. Have them call this. They call the esports. Anyway, okay, so we know it needs to come down to those two.
Yeah,
Gura needs to get an elimination, at least one elimination under her
I
belt.
agree on that.
that's true. Yeah, it'd be kind of
Because,
a rip.
She needs to get that pop from the crowd.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so of the remaining ones, who makes the most sense for Gura to eliminate plausibly?
I do want to give Hachima 1 KO. Oh darn, the thing I feel bad about is because of how we did this, Roboco and Kanata are the only ones in here that have gotten a KO. We have not had a KO by Hachima or Ayame. I would want each of them to get a KO, but I don't think it's mathematically possible to make that happen. Hachima, her style is that sort of unhinged that would be mirroring Suisei, and we already got that. And since it's lights up, there really aren't any more opportunities for surprises. Hachima would probably be the first to go.
Yeah, and that's okay because again, sometimes people will come in, with all the fire behind them, and they just won't get it done. But at least they had their cool entrance. Sometimes that's what it boils down to in these kinds of presentations.
Yeah.
So it's not outside the realm of possibility, or it'll be a little disappointing, especially for fans of Hachima. But they'll at least have gotten treated to that cool entrance, so that kind of offsets it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
how is
she got her cool moment, but sorry, first to go in the
how is
in the
she
finale.
getting chucked? That do we give Gura her KO here and now with Hachima, or do we give it to somebody else first?
Give it to
I feel
someone
like you kind of
else.
have to, because you have Gura coming in at number 30. The crowd is going wild. The energy is there. Feed off of it. Give Gura that elimination right out the gate to
Or
just
that.
make the crowd lose it.
That's true.
Okay,
Because then it gives that plausible feeling for the audience, even though we all know, okay, even though she's number 30, look at who she's in the ring with. There's no way she's getting this done. But you give them that moment where it's like, maybe they'll actually book it this way. Maybe.
I could see that. Okay.
And it sounds like there's
So-
some good legitimacy for, taking out Hachima. So yeah, that'd be legit.
I'm going to go ahead and say it. fire type Pokemon are weak to water type, correct?
Yes.
Mario knows where I'm going with this.
Oh my! I'm not even the Pokemon guy, and I picked up on that real quick. That's why I'm like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Gura eliminates Hachima and Ayame.
Pokemon logic, can't argue with it.
Not at the same time. But like Gura eliminates Hachima, tangles with Ayame for a bit, and is able to eliminate Ayame.
I could see that.
Like by the power of her trident, being able to like somehow douse her in water, or like shoot a jet of water that sends her over the top rope or something.
Or gets water in the eyes, yeah. Either spitting water if we're going like full pro wrestling, because you know the poison mist is a very popular thing to do, or you know the water equivalent of salt in the eyes. You know, you said the trident, so you know, just like splashing them right in the eyes. It's like, oh no, I'm blind. Doop, dunks them over. So those are, yeah, those are plausible ways to do it that sound like they would align with Gura's special abilities.
How would she eliminate Hachima?
If we want to go full Anchorman, just yeets the trident. But that's not practical. Wait, what?
Of yeeting the trident, that, remember, heart of gold, head of bone. She might not necessarily think about it of, oh, I am disarming myself in doing this.
Okay, so we're going with the Anchorman elimination. Gura,
okay, in that case,
Gura, you just killed a person. You might want to lay low for a while.
In that case, let's flip it. She eliminates Ayame first with the trident, and then chucks the trident at Hachima to get that elimination.
Okay, I can see that.
Oh, man.
How do you spell javelin?
Javelin.
Thank you.
Oh, man.
Okay, so that is Hachimagon. That is Ayamegon. So that gives us Roboco, Kanata, Koko, and Gura.
Oh man. The tension intensifies. We are down to the final four in the Hololive Rumble. Oh man, oh man. So we know where we're ultimately going. Now, how do we get that final bridge in place? That's the trick. That is the trick.
I think that this is where Gura goes because, like I said, we have the finale be the 2-on-1, so Gura has to go here.
Yes, and to be fair, Gura just got 2 eliminations back to back. That's a pretty good note to get sent home on.
Oh yeah.
Especially because, Trident. Like, that's kind of an epic way to take someone out.
Eliminates Hachima with the trident. Hachima goes over the top rope. Gura kind of runs up to the rope, looking over, maybe doing a little bit of smack talk, jumps back down, turns around. Oh, shoot. I am facing 3 of the heaviest hitters in all of Hololive. And all 3 of them are looking at me.
Yes, by the way, I am putting some references of Roboco's new outfit in the note passing area for you, Mario.
Oh my, okay, even I haven't seen this yet. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a WrestleMania entrance outfit.
That is, in fact, a WrestleMania entrance outfit. Normally, this would be the point where I encourage people to go check out the Discord to see about all that. But I'm going to be.
What I can do is I can put this over there. Yeah.
Oh, I definitely do. But for the benefit of our live viewers, I'm going to be a generous host. I will share one of these images as we continue to plot this finale of the Hololive Rumble. I should also point out, we have managed to keep this stream going for the entirety of an episode of Monday Night Raw. And that is really impressive. I am genuinely impressed that we managed to pull this off.
And
it's still better
booked.
Like, we're actually almost in the territory of a WWE pay-per-view.
Oh, yeah,
How long that would be, because those go for about 4 or something. Well, with the exception of WrestleMania, that can go for like 5.5 hours.
Exactly. So we've gone, well, if you put together the undercard and this, we have gone a full legitimate pay-per-view length. So that, fair play to us also. Hooray! Woo! But in terms of our current log time for this this live broadcast, we have done Monday Night Raw plus the spillover that they usually do. So we're going strong and booking this a lot better. I'm gonna keep throwing shade about that because it's a thing that really sticks in my craw about being a modern wrestling fan.
Are you familiar? This happened at a house show, so there's no really good high quality footage of it. Are you familiar with the battle royal at a house show where Santino voluntarily, rather than face Triple H and whoever it was, he voluntarily grabs a hold of his own unitard and yeets himself over the top rope, eliminating himself?
I feel like he did that at an actual Rumble or something to that effect, because I seem to remember him also doing the Cobra to himself one time.
Oh my god.
Also, I'm gonna save this for when we get to the actual finale, but I have it queued up. So yeah.
So we have that, and then Gura has to be the next one eliminated. I say that Coco is the one to eliminate her because Coco hasn't had a KO yet, and I think it's very easy of just whips her with the dragon tail, sends her flying.
Yeah, and in terms of overall popularity, it sounds like that would be another appropriate flex of popularity.
Because Coco is immensely popular herself, so it wouldn't even be an upset there by popularity or by physical prowess. That it would be just a overall hype moment. The Gura fans would be heartbroken, but Gura had her moment. She had 2 big KOs. She had the number 30 slot, and losing to Coco is nothing to be ashamed about.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why it's a fitting end for the top Hololive idol.
Yes. And then, since we want it to be Coco and Roboco at the end, Kanata has to be eliminated by Roboco here. How does this happen?
That's a good question. Do we want to go for more of a grit, underdog kind of victory, or do we want it to be just kind of
be an underdog thing? Because remember, it's 2-on-1 now.
Let me ask you this: does Kanata have her wings at the moment?
No.
Okay.
Because I don't think she has wings in any of her forms. She's an angel, but not a winged one. At least I don't think. Let me double check. So, assuming she doesn't have her wings.
I think she did, because she had her wings ripped off in an episode of Hologra.
Oh, you might be right.
By Luna of all, because Luna. Oh right, that was the episode that Luna, all she wanted to do was fly, and then Kanata was right there, and Luna's like, "Ooh, wings!" Rip.
Yes, she does have wings. Yeah, they're small ones though. They're very small, but they would be able. They are canonically able to make her fly. I think actually. So, what did you have in mind though?
Roboco is tangling with Kanata. Kanata drops down to the canvas, kind of rolls under the bottom rope to get a bit of a breather. Roboco reaches over the top rope, pulls her upright. So now Kanata's on the outside, Roboco's on the inside. Roboco grabs hold of Kanata's wings and, using the ropes as leverage, basically just starts pulling down. Wings come off, the rope springboards forward now from that potential energy built up of Kanata being pulled down onto it, and it flings her down to the... Well, no, that wouldn't work because she went under, not over. Okay, never mind. That wouldn't work.
Now, what we could do here is an accidental ring out by Coco that Kanata is grappling Roboco, and Coco is using the moment to prepare some sort of hit on Roboco, and at the last second, Roboco, pivots in a way that gets her out of the line of fire, and now Kanata is where Coco was a split second earlier.
And this is why I was going to lead in with, what kind of elimination are we going for? Because that sort of thing is another possibility.
Because that's not even a betrayal. That is legitimate accident and good jockeying on Roboco's part. It's not clumsiness by Coco or anything. It's she timed it well.
Yeah. No one looks weak there, basically, is the point. So you keep everyone looking strong. So that's good booking. So no one loses their... no one loses face, essentially. It's just, this was a very good escape or evasion. So yeah.
So Coco accidentally eliminates Kanata, spends a moment with just kind of standing still with that kind of "what have I done" look on her face.
Yeah, and then Coco would get
drama.
angry.
Drama.
Yes.
Like, look what you made me do.
Here's the thing: do we want to let them go one-on-one for a bit, or do we...
Absolutely.
Because here's the idea.
Absolutely.
Okay, you got
the idea that I had was Coco standing there, she starts to get really angry, turns around to face Roboco, and Roboco immediately hits her with the code breaker.
Ooh.
Nah, I feel like that's doing Coco dirty.
Yeah, we could still have that be
I would
part of the
sooner
finish.
see Coco jumping out of the ring to make sure Kanata's okay.
Okay.
Because she feels so bad that she just hit her.
Yeah,
I feel like that isn't... that's too anticlimactic an end as well. If it were the middle of the Rumble and we knew that we didn't want Coco to win but needed some way for her to be eliminated, that would be a viable way to get the powerhouse that is Coco out of the Rumble. But I don't think that's in any way fitting as a finale. That would be... It would just take the wind out of everything.
It would also piss off the crowd. Let's be real. That would really piss off the crowd.
The crowd would not want to see that as the end.
Yeah.
Okay. So we let them go for a bit, and we let them have their classic basically at this point.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I imagine there will be plenty of near eliminations for Roboco. Coco literally just throwing her weight around, really, just owning this part of the match. It'll still be a bona fide classic, but it'll be clearly dominant Coco.
So the options that we have here for the ending of, like I mentioned earlier, we could have Coco finally get pushed to the point where, without thinking, she decides, all right, this isn't even my final form, turns into a dragon, and by the time she realizes, wait a minute, I've made a mistake, her transformation is already in progress. Her head bumps against the roof of the stadium or venue, and she collapses the ring, but all of her feet are outside the ring. Roboco is pinned under her on the ring, and that is the end with Roboco as the winner. Or do we have Roboco land a proper decisive blow on Coco?
Yeah,
I kind of want to get a proper decisive blow.
Yeah, because the way that we've built this up, it's just if we don't have this epic knockdown drag-out brawl,
have the final hit, then it feels like it's
then what was the point?
Undermined.
Yeah.
I can absolutely respect that.
Here's the way I see it going. The two of them start going at it, and they don't even start grappling. No, it's they're trading heavy right hands, just back and forth. We just start building up that momentum, building up that energy. Coco starts to get the upper hand, wearing down Roboco. It looks like Coco might actually win this thing. Coco decides to go for it. And again, because remember, she's angry. She's not thinking right. All she wants to do right now is hurt Roboco. decides to go. She decides to go for the high risk, high reward maneuver, going up to the top turnbuckle for what would be a good finishing move for her to try. That would, well, I guess would she go for like
You two know finishing moves far better than I do.
maybe like a shooting star press? It needs to end up like it still needs to end up with her more or less coming face down.
Yeah, so I think I know what Roboco does, but I think you two would have a better idea of what Coco does to put this into motion. That the way I see Roboco finishing it is, she is all robot, but it is her legs in particular that are visibly cybernetic. The way I see this going is Coco tries some high-flying finishing move, is going down, is about to hit Roboco, and Roboco just sort of, because she has, ball-jointed limbs effectively, is able to pivot her entire torso downward and leg upward, and the robotic heel of her foot hits Coco in the chin as she is descending in that sort of, you see this type of pose in movies where someone just maneuvers their body down, kick high up in the air for just a massive blow.
Not even that. In theory, because this is a very common counter to those high flying maneuvers, just brings the legs up. Spoiler: you're landing on robot legs.
Yeah, that's the idea at play.
And
here.
then she that's one way we could go.
That's but
I'll describe mine here in a second. But that's
Go for
one way we could go. She raises up her legs. Coco lands chin first on robot feet, and then takes about a minute to finally fall down. As basically does. Have you seen that of Triple H overselling that?
Yeah,
basically that exact same move.
So actually, Taylor, you gave me an idea for a possible finish. It's kind of the best of both worlds here. So Coco wanting to inflict maximum damage and also, having Roboco basically dead to rights for all intents and purposes. We're talking Roboco is either, staggering around the ring, just doing her best to hold it together, or even down on the ground, basically on her knees, just trying to get herself back up, will herself into the fight. Coco is just savoring this because she is just furious. Goes outside goes middle ropes onto the ring apron, prepares to slingshot herself a la the bionic elbow of AJ Styles.
Okay.
And I can see this because Coco is an absolute showman, that she would do this type of over-the-top thing.
And it looks real cool.
She is prideful, and she is high energy and loves creating spectacles. She would absolutely do this.
Yeah, and this move, even just setting it up, when you know it's coming, you see the shutter pops, so to speak. It's a photographic moment that a big high risk thing is coming that, if landed, looks so impressive. Launches herself into the air, arm goes back, gets ready for it. Out of nowhere, summoning up the strength that she has left, Roboco in midair catches her with that code breaker with the robot legs.
There we go.
If you add
what is a code breaker?
I'll pull up a video for you.
I was gonna say, if you could pull up a reference.
For the name of that to be, Codebreaker on a robot, that sounds like it's written for her.
Oh, yeah.
It really is. Considering that it's robot, considering the robot legs.
Exactly.
It makes a lot of sense. I'll drop it in note passing.
Yeah. To describe, how it is supposed to work in kayfabe, basically you are dragging a person down to the ground and basically just jacking their jaw with your knees.
This is a 15-minute video. You're going to need to give me a time code.
Just watch the first clip.
So, yeah, basically you're jaw-jacking a person with your knees. And if you are adding the momentum that Coco would have from literally launching herself into the air, getting that ridiculous height,
I'm seeing this now.
And then
physics down. Yeah, the way that the Codebreaker works IRL is that the aggressor grabs their opponent from behind the neck and drags them down to the ground along with themselves, putting their knees up to hit the person, so both have the momentum and that they hit their knee. It's not the foot, but the knee.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that being said, imagine that with the added momentum, the robot legs. Holy hell, that is going to be a devastating code breaker.
Coco is gone. She's out cold.
Yeah, like she would, even if she was getting back up, she would be staggering. She would be out on her feet. This would give Roboco, the opportunity she needs to either, summon the last ounce of strength to push her over the top rope in one of those, exciting, decisive eliminations. Or maybe if we wanted to drag it out just enough, she could do the Daniel Bryan yes kicks using those robot legs to get her down, get Coco down to her knees, just chopping her down. She's showing that resilience, that underdog spirit, just kick. The crowd just going crazy with every kick, and then eventually, managing to maybe running knee her out of the ring, something like that. So either way, I feel like we should build up with that failed aerial technique into a code breaker. It's just a matter of how do you want to finish it from there? Do you want it to be a quick last gasp, or do you want to have like this exciting last flurry that shows decisively Roboco is the person we're putting behind?
A giant moment of, so the way that Taylor and I have written it in is that Coco goes for the high flying finishing move. That we're gonna go full anime on this. That she is attempting her finishing move and is intercepted by Roboco and then forced into the code breaker while she is coming off of the post. I forget what the term here is. It's not the top rope. But,
oh well, in this case, if we're doing the failed bionic elbow, it would just be from the top rope in the middle of between the two turnbuckles. So basically using it as a slingshot.
So either the turnbuckle or the top rope, one of the two. But basically, Coco is attempting her finishing move from an elevated position and intercepted, and it is that a code breaker is already taking from the height of the person down.
Mm-hmm.
But no, this is an elevated position. She is jumping up and then intercepted and then brought down. That this is just crushing. That IRL, this would never be attempted because it would be dangerous.
Oh yeah,
you can only do this in the Hololive Rumble because the combatants have the limitations that are not normally put on humans.
Yeah,
because they are a robot and a dragon, that they are able to do this, and it is that literal high-flying finishing move and brought down.
Yeah, because it's already impressive when people do these catches in midair with any sort of technique, but this is one of those where it's just so legitimately dangerous you probably should not do that IRL. So like you said, this is the only way to do it.
Because you already have so much momentum that it's bad from a standing position.
Mm-hmm.
The momentum that you would have from 5 feet higher is too hazardous.
Yes. But in this case, it's exactly what the bookers needed.
For the punctuation on the first ever Hololive Royal Rumble.
So we have
the winner from Generation 0, effectively, because Roboco was a solo debutante. She was actually the second talent after Sora herself. The winner is Roboco.
What would be her music? Like, what would be her entrance theme?
Because she has a couple songs, or at least some covers. None jump out to me off the top of my head. We'd suggested the Terminator theme for her walking in, at the very least.
Yes.
We're gonna assume that we can get the copyrights there, so she walks into the Terminator.
Yes. You gotta. For the outro, though, that's a good question, because it doesn't really work as well unless you get oh, wait. No, they had a really epic remix for for Terminator Resistance, the game that we actually featured on Neo Ivan's block here on the channel last year. They had a really epic rendition of the Terminator theme that had this crazy guitar section. It would actually be very, very exciting for a live crowd in this moment to have that blasting over the speakers. So I think that would be possible. I think we could pull that off.
Yay!
I'm listening.
We did it.
I'm listening to it now in the background.
Yeah, no, it was great because like when Neo Ivan was playing through the game, when he was setting up the stream or even doing the outro, he would just he would admittedly on stream just like get lost in listening to it because of how cool it was. So just be like, oh yeah, no, sorry, I'm just enjoying this. But yeah, it'd be a triumphant rendition for this big victory. And for those who are watching live, again, this is what Joel was talking about before, the new outfit that would be her Holomania entrance attire. Very regal.
Yeah, and you see what I mean by the tiara almost looking like Wi-Fi router spikes?
Yeah. It's real good. It's real good. It's perfect. I think we definitely booked this one to perfection.
Yeah.
Holomania. Holomania is going to be running wild.
Oh yeah. Like,
I mean, I'm down to book a Holomania later down the road if y'all are down.
I was going to say, I do not see a problem with us doing this again, because while this was a really great iteration, the thing is with this many talents, and just like any good wrestling circuit, you can write other storylines. This isn't the only way that we can do it, that we made sort of the decision of, okay, we know that we want to have Noel have a big moment of crowd clearing, but you could have justified Noel winning so easily. There could have been ways that we would have written that. There could have been ways that we just said, all right, Gura cheeses her way to the top and that the crowd favorite gets what they want. There are ways that we could do this, and I'm not saying we should do this again next week, but, you know, give it a couple months, let some ideas bubble up, and I would not mind doing this again with you all. This has been a blast.
And not for nothing, we have technically set up a few storylines just in the Rumble alone. So there is definitely a way to, you know, book this through to Holomania. And not for nothing, SummerSlam is in August. Just saying. Just saying. Anyway, once again, thank you so much to both of you for coming on by the channel so we could conclude this amazing fantasy-booked event. Big thanks to everybody who has tuned in live over here at Digital Era Entertainment's Twitch channel. We are going to start the outro here, so let me just switch it on over to that.
Please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and follow us across social media for updates. Thanks for watching!